I know, right? Look at it. It's huge. It's amazing. It's Kaffe Fassett. Yes, we have got it on the show today. Now, because this quilt is, quite frankly, astounding, gorgeous, beautiful, so many words, we have got a double bill of this. So, coming up today at 8 o'clock, we're starting off easing ourselves into Saturday gently with some personalised letters even. There we go, you name it, in fact, which clearly I can't. 8 a.m, you name it. 9 and 10 a.m. is our double, is our Kaffe Fassett Half Moon Quilt, which is this, well, just beauty here. And then 11 a.m, we're getting organised again, so that you can get organised, ready to then sew your Kaffe. That is how your Saturday is looking. That is coming up at 9 and 10. I mean, look at it. Look at it. I've got a funny story to tell you about this, but I'll save that for 9 o'clock. But this is our Kaffe Fassett Half Moon Quilt. This will be available from 9 o'clock. Now, you can buy the material elsewhere, but you cannot buy the superb bundle elsewhere that we have got for you. So, stay tuned for that. But now, let's ease up. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's just stunning. Oh, yes. Now, coming up, first of all, we've got the very fabulous Sammy Claridge. She's here, and you name it. We're looking at letters. Mwah. Hello. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you.
Excellent.
Very excited to sit and watch that whilst I'm in my break.
Yeah, true. How a break?
I want to see how Jo's going to talk through like labelling up and stuff. I want to see how she works it all out, because that throws me completely.
Do you know the beauty of it? Full instructions, and this is the bit that we all went, no, beginner.
No. Okay.
Beginner level.
That's my area of expertise then, so with quilting anyway, so.
Beginner level quilt. I know.
There's my wages going up in flames, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Not going home with any pay today.
But you do need to get in quick with it. That's
I'm going to chase off air and.
Yeah. Now, get in touch today. We'd love to hear from you. Here's how you do that. You head to our website, which is sewingquarter.com. You go up to the little box that says watch, and you click on watch. There we go. So go up to watch, click on that, and here we are. Ta-da! Underneath, message the studio. We love to hear from you. In fact, thank you so much for all of your comments and questions and everything that we had for our first Facebook Live yesterday. Yeah. That was good fun. And then underneath there, you'll get products from today's show. And so we haven't got any yet because we haven't started yet. No. But as soon as we get to them, they'll be there. So that's where you will be able to find at 9 o'clock Kaffe. Well, not like himself.
Well, I was going to
but he's
especially here inside.
Well, yeah, we can't clone him, sadly. So, let's start off with a bit of personalisation.
Yes.
So this is great, isn't it? Because we can sew our own letters.
Yeah.
Very big in home decor at the moment.
Yeah, lettering all over the shop, is all over the place.
Whether it be wooden ones that you can just have, decorate,
whatever.
Paint, whatever, decoupage, blah, 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 any of those. But what I don't see so often are ones to sew.
Yeah.
Now, names.
Yeah, kids' names. I mean, obviously we've done sew because it's appropriate for us for Sewing Quarter. But yeah, I mean, obviously
Mr. and Mrs.
I'm going to turn the W upside down later and make an A and take it home because that's my name, Sam.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier, like kids learning to spell or initials. Even just doing one for a new baby or something, and doing a little accent with a little fabric flower or something on the side.
Well, it might be that you do initials and then maybe you want to applique on the date of birth or something. It's entirely up to you. Yeah. Names that aren't necessarily spelt how you would think that they were spelt. Personalisation of names, big.
Yes. Yeah, or even, if you've got a particular word that's special to you, like love or hope or something like that, then by all means make it any word you like.
It's there.
You get
the kit
whole
that we've
alphabet.
got. The kit that we've got is we've got two different options for you, but it is in kit form.
Yeah.
Don't have to think about it.
No.
We like that. So here are the kits. We've got it in the white letters and then that lovely papaya-coloured sort of peachy pink spot. So you're going to get your 2 different fabrics, your toy fill, all of your letters. They're all there.
Yeah, you get the template for the whole alphabet in the kit.
So 1/2 metre of the spot, but you get 1 metre of the alphabet pattern.
Yeah.
Not only that, you get your toy filling. Now there's enough material there. We worked out for about 10 letters, which is most people's names, unless you've got like a really
unusually long name.
Yeah. And now we've also got a second option. This is your second colour option. Now we mix the 2 together for our, so you can mix and match. It's entirely up to you. They all go. They all work. Yep. So £21.95. That is £2 a letter.
Yeah. Which is amazing.
Just over £2 a letter.
Yeah, because you can't even really buy the blank wooden ones or the papier-mâché ones for that price.
No.
And these are gorgeous and, fabric covered and squidgy and cuddly. I mean, you can sit and cuddle, the little ones can grab a hold of these again because we're using the super soft toy filling, baby friendly, fabrics baby friendly, thread baby friendly. You can, give them to the little kiddies to have a little cuddle of as well.
My son is learning his alphabet.
Yeah, perfect for this.
It's a little bit of a jumble, I'm not going to lie. A bit like his numbers. He keeps counting down because he likes rockets, so it's always 3, 2, 1 rather than 1, 2, 3 because then it's blast off. But it would be so perfect.
Again, because we've used the letter fabric, you get not only the shape of the letter, but also all the letters on the fabric as well.
It's
so
it's kind of
double whammy.
It's learning without knowing you're learning, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You can personalise, or maybe maybe you run a nursery. You've got friends that do, or that have little ones.
Yep.
Do them a letter, maybe a letter a week.
Yeah.
Or a fortnight or something, and get them to understand that letter.
Yeah.
Play with that. Maybe you could applique things onto the letter. I don't know. That's just one way. I think the most obvious is obviously names, is personalisation, all that sort of thing. So. You get the entire alphabet in the kit, but we reckon about 10 letters is how much you'll get. Do you want to have a look at these? Because these came... Now, this was first featured in Simply Sewing magazine, wasn't it? Issue 4.
Yes, designed by the amazing Rebecca Reed,
who is our technical editor. But you see, you get...
and also the instructions that we have printed for Sewing Quarter are on this really amazing quality. It's thicker than paper.
I would say it's about 200 GSM paper.
Yeah, I would
it's
say
around
so.
there, 180, 200 GSM.
And they've done it so that you can easily trace off the pieces, but they'll last for ages. Do you know what I mean? It's not flimsy pattern paper. No. Your instructions are printed there clearly. You've got your photographs because they've been done for the magazine. Your photographs step by steps, which makes it a bit easier to understand. And then yes, your templates are all on really clearly printed on really high quality paper, so they will last a long time. So your alphabet never goes out of fashion, does it? So, No,
I'm sorry. Pen is so out this year. No, it's not. Is it every letter? Absolutely brilliant. So, where do we start?
So we start by obviously marking out and cutting out our letter pieces that we need. We need obviously a front and a back, which is the letter shapes, and then we need a 4 to 5 centimetre strip to go around to make the gusset of the letter.
So actually, how deep you want that letter is actually up to you.
Yeah, absolutely. You can make them really chunky. I mean, obviously, these kind of almost stand up by themselves, if you're lucky. Obviously, this is a bit tricky.
But you could fill them with, you could put sort of
beans at the bottom.
Beans, whatever in the bottom to make them stand up.
And obviously some letters like F and things will need more weighting to one side and things like that. But there's no reason why, like you say, put poly beads or something, or rock something in the bottom, gravel. Obviously, if you're giving them to kids, then be careful. But
they're nice and squidgy. I do love them.
Really nice. So yes, that is up to you. But obviously, I think we've done about 5 centimetres. 2 inches? Yeah, 2 inches. Just having fun there.
No, I'm listening to my producer who's saying, I'm a bit of a geek and I tried to get gin in letters, the ones that light up. He said they're over 60 quid, so he didn't bother. Yeah. Well, £21.95, you could have that for the whole alphabet. And then you can decide. So 10 letters is how many the material will make, but you can actually buy extra of the material if you wish to do the whole alphabet.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So 2 colour options. Ooh. Now, I'm guessing that you can decide which your favourite was, so just mixed and matched.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So... Well, I'm just I can't decide which one I would go with, because you've got the peachy colour and the teal in both. So...
And these are our Macawa spots, so...
Okay, so Macawa spots. Have we got those the wrong way around? What these... Sorry, my producer's going, the colours are the wrong way around. No, the
kits at the front there, that's what you get in the kit.
We mix the two together on here. Yeah, we've already said that.
Just wants us to clarify.
He's thinking about his gin. That's what's going on.
Yeah. Even thinking about gin makes you a bit warmer.
Are you? Well, how wide? So
I'm cutting 2-inch strips, which is like 5 centimetres, I think.
Oh, okay. And all the instructions for this in the book.
Yes, so all your measurements and everything all come. So I worked out that even for the W, we only needed 1 width strip of the fabric. So I'm cutting the fabric.
Oh, you're cutting it double?
Yeah, selvage to selvage. So that 1 piece should do a W, which I think I worked out was the most length around a letter that it took.
The longest perimeter?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Unless you do... I would say that obviously with things like a B or a P... or a Q, where you've got holes in the centre, you have the choice to either put the hole in the centre with a gusset, or what I would probably do would be to leave it solid and not put the hole in the centre.
Yes.
But even with those, you still should have enough from 1 strip to do the whole outside of a letter.
Yeah, excellent. So we cut our strips.
Yep.
Now you're using just a quilting ruler. Obviously, if you had the Fiskars cutter, then you're good to go, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So you just need strips,
Okay. Excellent.
Doesn't need to be any more complicated than that with that.
Teenage bedrooms. Personalising teenage bedrooms. Perfect for that.
So the next thing we're going to do is take the main feature fabric, and we're going to use the template that I traced. Actually, technically I printed them off because they didn't send me the instructions.
Details.
We have to wing it.
Yeah, it's fine.
So I've placed this right sides together, and obviously I'm making sure that I'm at least getting one of my... you could fussy cut it and have both facing the right way, but to be honest, I like to know which one's the front and which one's the back, so I've done it so that it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to place that right on the edge of my 2 fabric pieces. Probably be better if I did it nearer to me so I'm not reaching across the table.
Well, you know, if you want that early morning workout, then go for it. So to let you know, let's have a look at these kits whilst you trace around there, because the kits are... I feel we may have confused you slightly. You get the blue and that lovely aqua turquoise in there, tealy colour, $21.95. You're going to also get thread, your stuffing and your instructions for $21.95. XNGC04. I'm just going to pile those letters up there so I can reach. And then the other colour combination is your peach spot and your letters, and there's your pale thread to go with those. Now, as you can see, for the ones that we've made to show you on the show, we mixed it up. So there's nothing to stop you from buying both packs. But this one, most popular so far, $21.95, HKGC13. Again, you get thread, you get instructions, you get the wadding, the fill, everything that you need. And that's what I love about our kits. We had questions yesterday on our Facebook Live with people saying, where do I start? How do I get my teenagers sewing? How do I get my kids sewing? Well, something like this, something that they actually want to do, that's personal to them, that they're going to love and enjoy and have. Mr. and Mrs., new home, all those sorts of things you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying, weren't we, that they were asking me earlier how easy this was for a beginner to do.
Yes.
And I said, If you're doing it by machine,
Yes.
a little bit more tricky because it's quite fiddly.
I
But
think
you
this
can
is a
do
nice
them by
hand
hand.
project.
No reason why not.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're showing you by machine today, but absolutely no reason why this has to be done by machine. Just we're doing it by machine. But yeah, you can do it by hand. Start with the back stitch. So it is great, to teach the kids how to do. Teaching the kids about letters. Get them to do it with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Absolutely. If you're making for kids, there's no reason that you couldn't stuff with rattles and different fabrics. We were talking about sensory,
yeah,
weren't
with
we?
the Install-Bright.
Install-Bright that rustles, things like that. What you fill it with is up to you. We've given you toy filling.
Yeah.
Which is actually Jo Carter's favourite toy filling, and she knows toys. She's been doing it for 10 years. A little stock warning, though, for you. This one that's about to come up on your screen now, we don't have as much stock of that as the blue, and we are running low because already you're loving it.
Haven't even made anything out of it yet.
I know, but
Give me a chance.
I know. $21.95.
I'm not surprised though, because this fabric is so cute.
It is, isn't it?
Regardless of what you actually want to make with it, it's still really cute.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? For 1.5 meters of fabric, which is what you're getting in total, and you get the thread and the entire alphabet
and the instructions. I think.
Then it's great value. It's incredible value, and you're not having to worry about whether or not you've got a thread that matches. Look, in this blue one, come back here, cheeky little thread. That is the thread that you're getting with it. So you're getting a navy thread to go with it.
So all you have to do is wait for it to turn up on your doorstep.
Yeah.
Again, what I love about kits, and the fact that we're bundling stuff up now, is that you can just wait for it to arrive.
I'm going to be honest. I have in the past got to the end of a project, needed to stuff it, not had any stuffing, ripped open a pillow.
We've all been there.
Because that was all I had. I was like, I really need to finish this now. And that's it. One of the pillows are gone.
Yeah.
That was expensive.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Possibly shouldn't admit to that.
Well, as I say, Tash, we've all done it. So
yeah.
It's absolutely fine.
Any visitors coming to stay only have one pillow now, and that's sorry.
But I mean, having the thread in the kit, having the instructions, having everything there arrive on your doorstep, so you can literally, you can get excited about it when you watch us do it, and then you just have to wait a couple of days. It arrives on your doorstep, and you can make it straight away. And you don't have to go. You don't have to go out and get anything.
Well, I think this is the thing, isn't it? You may have been a subscriber to the magazine that it was initially in. I mean, it was issue 4. We're now on issue 26 or something, aren't we?
Yeah.
Of Simply Sewing, which is where it was first featured. Well, firstly, you can't get that back catalogue anymore. I don't believe.
They don't go. I don't think they go back that far with back issues now.
And secondly, it's one of those things. It might be a project that you look at in the magazine and go, that's really lovely, that's really cute. But actually, the effort of actually going out and getting
having
the
to
stuff,
resource everything and make sure you've got everything in that's right and all that kind of stuff.
The joy of the kit. And also, because this could be done hand-sewn by a beginner, by someone that's just getting into sewing, means that actually it's great to have everything. We're not going to assume you have anything in your stash apart from a sewing machine or a needle.
Yeah.
We've even put the thread in.
We have.
So if you've just joined us, good morning. We're all about letters and alphabets this hour. But words you can make with 10 letters. So 10 letters is how many you can get out of the fabric, but you can buy fabric separately as well and stock up. We'll show that later in a moment. But you get the whole alphabet. We don't just give you like random letters and go, here are your 10 letters.
Yeah,
We're going to give you like the whole 10. So 10 letter words. Sammy,
go. No, please don't ask me that.
Helicopter.
Oh, there you go.
Resolution. Revolution.
Nice.
Relaxation.
Oh, that's good. That would be good. If you've got like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a conservatory or something where you want it to be nice and calm and relaxed.
Yeah. Or even just a long sofa.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I always go names because I always think personalisation again for kids who have unusual names, which, let's face it, a few of us,
I'm thinking
nieces and nephews with names that you can't buy things of.
Yeah, I'm thinking of one of my friends in particular who have 4 children, and it's always just dear such and such and family, because I can't spell their names. I get it wrong every time. if they're watching, they'll know it's them. I've just given that game away. Can't help it. Have we been naughty again and mixing these kits?
Well, yes, this is what I had left.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Now, hang on. You've done something sneaky around that corner.
But I want to do it. I wanted to do one so that we can show it when it's done.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll do one, and people can watch as I do it.
What I'm learning is that corners are a thing.
Yeah.
And that we need to be careful with corners.
Particularly when we're going round a corner, and we want it to be at right angles when we're finished.
I now keep getting random 10-letter words in my ear.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Technology! Yeah. I've just had... Yeah. Confidence. Because obviously someone wants cushions spelling out Maybe they do. This is
Maybe
the thing,
they do.
You don't know.
We shouldn't judge, should we?
Your hubby does IT type, technology type things.
Yes,
Would he like technology?
Probably not, no. Okay. But, you know... I make him things all the time, like tech cozies and stuff, and he's like, thanks, love. Yeah. With this kind of look of disdain on his face. Oh,
I made some Tilda patchwork cushions for the sofa the other day. Try asking my husband if they're
necessary.
Do you like them, Stephen? And he'd just this blank look of, has something changed? Yeah, like 5 hours of work on the sofa. Oh, which one's going to sell out? Oh, the cream is going to sell out. So if you've got that in your basket, please. Yeah, it's all your fault.
Because I'm using it.
I'm going to blame you entirely. So if you want the cream, which is the details on the screen there, but do always give us a call, because you never know, somebody might take it out of their basket again. Give us a call. It's free for you to call 0800 112 4433. But it doesn't matter, because we've got the blue. And I love the fact that we have actually mixed it with the teal, so it is very much unisex.
Yes. Well, I think both work quite well. I mean, even though the papaya is quite kind of orangey, pinky, corally kind of colour, I still think either would work for either.
Look how much you get.
That's a metre.
Yeah, how much?
A metre 15, I think.
That's amazing.
Plus, it's really cute anyway.
It is really cute. Wouldn't that be the lovely backing for a kid's quilt?
It would. It's a really good scale. That's what I quite like. Quite a lot of alphabet prints, you get them. They're really quite big letters.
Oh no! You get a lot of letter for your money in this.
But it means that you get, even if you're doing really small projects, like these are quite small, you still get to see a lot of the letters. Whereas if they were bigger, you wouldn't see so many. You'd have to make the letters a lot larger.
I kind of actually want to make these for Freddie's nursery, so that they can just sort of throw the alphabet around all over the place.
Yeah. Whole alphabet? You can make a whole alphabet?
Well, you know, not like uppercase and lowercase. Let's not go crazy.
Exclamation marks and
everything. Yeah. Let's not go into punctuation. So, but you could.
Yes. Well, yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, no reason why not make your @ sign and make your, Instagram handle or something. Put it on your wall.
The what?
Do you like @ sign and do your Instagram handle?
Yeah, I'm not I don't really understand. I don't get it.
No worries.
I'm not.
Or your Twitter handle or whatever.
I manage Facebook. Anything handles of tech. No idea. Anyway, as we were. So this corner. Talk to me about this corner.
So what I've done is, you can see, if I show you here, where I've got the straight edges are fine.
Yes.
And what I've done is I've folded this edge over, because we're not actually going to, although you can, we haven't actually sewn these up. Have I sewn this
up? I did notice that, and I was like,
so we're going to stuff it through this hole.
Right.
And because we're doing an overlap to stuff,
yes,
you don't have to sew them back up again if you don't want to. Obviously, you can pop a little ladder stitch across if you like, but the stuffing's not going to come out of there, because you can just stuff it straight kind of up and through. So that's what we're creating here, is we've popped that little fold at the beginning to start off with, so that's what creates that nice little neat finish at that one edge. So I've gone down the straight edge. And then to go around the corners, because all the edges are curved on the thing, which actually makes it a lot easier, because you're not having to worry about mitering corners and turning corners and turning edges and things, and making sure you've got enough seam allowance at the edges.
Oh, don't. I did a mitre the other day and I've only just recovered.
What I've done is, you can see here, I've snipped some notches. I've just gone straight in, I haven't cut anything away. And what I've done, a bit like if you were doing, because obviously this is straight, not bias.
Yes.
in order to get it to curve around that edge really nicely, cutting those slits in, you can see, now makes that curve beautifully.
So it kind of gives you a bias.
Kind of, yeah.
What would have happened if you had cut that 2-inch strip on the bias?
What happens then is that obviously where you've got the straight edges, it might twist.
Oh, okay.
You might pull it.
Do it this way.
Do it much better to do it this way.
Connie says put some squeaky things
that
in
would be
for
fun.
kids.
Yeah, that would be great. Dog toys.
Dog toys. Yeah.
Had a feeling you were going to say dog toys.
Yeah. Well, no, absolutely. Oh yeah, no. Now you see, my producer Paul. He always takes the mick out of me. And he generally times me to see how long it's going to take before I mention my dog. I think I've done quite well. 25 minutes in, first mention of a pet.
It's good.
Obviously, we've discussed.
We were chatting about them this morning.
Yeah, we've already had our pet filter. If actually talking about that, next week, coming up this week, we've got another pet show. So if you missed that, that's coming up next week. Now, how are we doing on stock levels for kits? Oh, okay. Some people have changed their mind and gone for the blue over the white cream. So we've got a few of these left, so you're okay. $21.95, but still do check out your basket because, you know, I don't want to say a couple have come back because people have changed their mind on colour and you go, it's all right, I can have my bacon sandwich. No, make sure you check out your basket first. Yeah, sorry, I did just mention bacon sandwich. That's got everyone in the studio going, oh. Even vegetarian Amy. I bet you the smell of bacon. My mum's veggie, and she's like, the smell of bacon, it's the one thing.
Although you can have frazzles because they're vegetarian, even though they're bacon flavoured, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And you can get cheat meat, can't you? I just call it cheat.
Yes.
Rather than meat.
Yes. Yeah.
Not quite the same.
Faux.
Yeah, faux meat.
Faux meat.
Anyway, back to
this gets a bit fiddly. You're probably not going to be able to see me doing this really very well, even on the overhead. Just where you're coming to the inside corners of any of the letters, it's going to be a bit fiddly. This is why I say it's a beginner's project if you're doing it by hand, but not if you're doing it by machine, because I've got to get my machine in here later. Okay. It's just going to be interesting. I have done it once already, so I can do it.
Well, the proof is here. Here it is.
Absolutely. Just on telly might be a bit different, but we'll see.
But otherwise, be careful or it will be a mess.
Let me turn that round. See that way.
Have we got anyone out there called Wes?
My friend's ex-partner.
Wesley Snipes. We could send these to him. There you go, Wes.
Not sure he'd appreciate them, but yeah.
Well, you know, I'm sure he's been sent Stranger Things from fans.
I have no doubt.
But I would love to see his face when he opened up a packet of letters that spelt out his name. The pure delight. Because I don't know that many people would do that.
I don't think they would. More people should, though.
They should! And now you can. Please check out your baskets. Ignore what I said earlier about... Because, you've just joined us and gone, oh, love the letters, pop them in your basket. And so please do check out if you want to make sure that you get it. Fabric is also available, so... If you want to get extra of this, for example, it is available per half a metre. Now, in the kit, you get a whole metre, plus you get your spots, and you get your thread, and you get your stuffing, and you get your instructions. That's the joy of a kit. Yeah. But if you want to boost it and put some extra in, it's $5.45 per half a metre. OUMY 62, but obviously, if you're doing extra, then, pop it in. Because you can do 10 letters. Now, other fabric is available as well. The cream is available as well. Let me show you the cream. So again, per 5.5 metre. Did I just say that right? Per half metre. Yeah. $5.45. You know when you said something you can't actually remember what you said, you don't know if you said it right. Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah. ELMY 41. $5.45. It's early and it's Saturday. I expected to have words. Not yet. So the blue kit, everything that you're getting, you get your Oh yeah, you get a metre of that. Of your alphabet. It's like alphabety spaghetti, isn't it?
It is.
But in fabric form, which is very exciting. And then the spots. You get your half metre of spots, then you get your thread, then you get your toy fill, then you get your instructions. The whole caboodle is in there. Technical term?
Caboodle.
Yep. XNGC04. Awesome.
Fab.
But do please check out those baskets and just make sure that you've got everything that you need. The blue, is the blue gone? Oh, the blue looks like it's about to sell out.
Oh dear.
I think there's one more, but please check out your baskets or give them a call for free, 0800 112 4433. So the blue's overtaken the cream. God, it's like the tortoise and the hare, isn't it? Overtaking. Wow. Can't call it, you know? Just never know.
So I've pinned.
You have pinned
a little bit.
Yes.
Just to show how that you would pin, and then I'm going to freehand the rest because I find it easier if you're doing it by hand. I would pin all the way around and then hand stitch probably with quite a long stitch, and then go back in and do a back stitch.
So basically tack first.
Yeah, tack first to make sure, and I would probably tack both sides first.
Would you?
To make sure that obviously everything is, because you want to make sure that your gusset is even. You want to not get it too twisted.
Nobody wants a twisted, wonky gusset.
The answer to that is that the reason that you're using the spot fabric is that you can check your points.
Oh,
because
so you
we're
can
using
use
the
it
spot
as a guide.
Yeah, because obviously the spots line up beautifully with the weave with this particular fabric because it's a good quality one. So you can use those spots to check that your corner points and everything all in the same place. So
We
that your
couldn't
gusset doesn't
guarantee
get
that
twisted.
with a different spot, but because of the like Sammy says, the quality that we've used,
and also because of the spacing of these spots, particularly because they're quite close together.
It's almost like we thought about it.
You would, yeah.
It's like it was meant to be.
Like we designed it that way.
Yeah. Happy days.
Yeah.
I say happy days. Now, how big a seam allowance are you allowing here?
Very small.
Oh, very small. Right.
So we're doing a very small seam allowance. Again, because we're making it just under a quarter of an inch.
So if you had a quarter of an inch foot, you could put that on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm using a zipper foot because I'm a bit flexible. But yeah, the thing is, again, because because of the scale of the letter, we want to make sure that we're getting really...
Get as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to make sure that it's as clear as possible. And also, we're going in and out of quite fiddly shapes here.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that we get a really clear, crisp finish.
If you're not pressed for time, I would hand sew it.
Yeah, I definitely would tack it and everything.
I think this would be lovely. Maybe you've got a long journey coming up or something like that. You could just take it with you.
Yeah. Yes.
Take it with you, enjoy, have something gentle to do.
But
Very
also, if you're in a hurry. Oh, what are we doing?
Oh. Do you know what? While you sort out your stitches, I'm going to say...
Sorry.
While Sammy has a little meltdown at the sewing machine there, is it all good?
You said it was Saturday, didn't you?
Oh, you know, yeah, it's...
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
Sorry.
we're off. Oh, I was going to go and have a look at the older...
Well, you can if you like, but...
Well, get us started over here. Take us around the first corner. So gently does it, is that...
Yeah, slow and gentle wins the race. A bit like if you've watched Jo do her toys. She'll talk about going around the corners and things really, really slowly. I would say exactly the same. I'm going to chomp slowly. I mean, even if you want to go by hand, and hand crank your way around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Then I would do that as well, again, because we're talking about something that's quite small and quite fiddly, particularly, again, on the machine. I like the finish that you get with the machine because it's really tight and really sharp.
Yeah.
But yes, if you're not confident with getting your hands right in there and sitting in front of the machine and being patient and being slow.
I think both ways have advantages and disadvantages, don't they? And, and it's working out which way you're going to get maximum enjoyment. For me...
Yes, that's the thing, it's enjoyment.
I quite like fiddly on my machine.
Me too, I quite like
because I like that sense of achievement. I'm like, yes, I did that. Boom, done it.
Also, for me, I like it because it's good practice. Do you know what I mean? I quite like, because obviously I do a lot of machine embroidery and things like that. For me, it's machine manipulation and getting the confidence of where to put your hands and where to manoeuvre things. That's part of the, like you said, part of the enjoyment of sewing for me is that process. So, but if that's not for you, and if you want to get them done quickly for a birthday party or something, then yes, by all means, you know, make them out of a felt fabric, that, you know, after you've made them out of the thing, and just blanket stitch around the edge as a decorative stitch, you know what I mean, after you've made them out of the kit. Or you can do it with the fabric as well.
That's a brilliant idea, because I'm just thinking that on the website, if we'd have thought about it, we should have put it on the show. We've got those big packs of felt on the website, which is like 60 centimetres by 60 centimetres. Go and have a look on those, because once you've got the pattern, you've got the pattern, haven't you?
You have, yeah, absolutely.
Nice. Very nice. Now, we've also got on the show a small amount of rickrack. This always makes us giggle, because often, you know, you'd buy just like a little metre, maybe, of rickrack. But let's face it, once you get rickracking, you need a bit more. You know, like 25 metres of it. 25 metres of your rickrack. This is a really good size rickrack as well, because it's easy to sew in. It's not like the little iddly biddly fiddly tiddly ones which you just go, ugh, I can just see the tip and that's it. This is good rickrack here. £12.95 for 25 metres. So you're looking at around 50 pence per metre there. IBGQ 25. That's great in anyone's book, isn't it? So your blue. Maybe you want your pink. And again, this might be that you do the letters, and you know, maybe you've got some other material at home that you want to do the letters out of when you get those home. Then here we go. There's your pink. Maybe you're doing it, as we said, about for a baby. Yeah. Then, you know, it is very much a baby pink. So this is, again, 25 metres of your finest rickrack, £12.95. FHGQ 86. When we did a bunting show the other day. Wow, look at this.
I love that yellow.
This is a canary yellow and a half, isn't it? Look at that. 25 metres. You could edge your letters in that. There is a yellow in those letters. £12.95. OXGQ 73. Or do you know what? Just pop it in your stash for when you need a lot
that's
of that.
The joy of rickrack, isn't it? It's such a classic, you know, trimming that it's going to look amazing and everything. That's why having the big packs, I think, is really good.
When you need
never
rickrack,
goes out of fashion.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Rickrack's always been in fashion, and when you need it, you need it. So get your 25 metres ready to go. I'm going to leave. Sammy, you've got quite a way to go, haven't you?
I'll be here for a while.
Should still be there. I can say that with confidence, and I can say with you, come with me, step this way, because dun dun dun. Oh yes. Just check this out. It is so beautiful. So, if you've just joined us this morning and going, that's amazing. Yes, it is. 9 and 10 o'clock shows are dedicated to Kaffe Fassett, which is this quilt kit, and it is a stunner. The design itself is a half moon design, designed by Jodie Godfrey, but the fabric, and oh my goodness, is 13 yards of Kaffe Fassett, not including the extra that you get for the backing, which is all Kaffe. Can I just give a little wink? Woo! Bit of a tease. Now, the blue. Have we got any with the blue left? We're just checking stock for you. Bear with us, caller. One left of the blue. So if you're after the blue and the sort of teal...
Get it now.
Yes. Get it while you can. There's one left. It's £21.95. It is in a kit. You get a metre of this, half a metre of that. You get a thread, and you also get your stuffing and your entire alphabet. Now, you can make 10 letters out of a metre of this. So if you've got lots of letters, or if you want to do the whole alphabet, then stock up on extra fabric. It's £5.45, I believe, per metre. And that is again on the website. Underneath, you know where we went to earlier? Watch the show live, message the studio, everything on the show. So if you want the cream, how are we doing on the cream? 3 left on the cream, right? Not so many of those either. So please do check out your baskets, because 7 of you have got them in your baskets, and we've only got 3 of them left. So if you want them, you know, that situation. But it's Saturday already. Gosh, thank you ever so much for joining us this early. Lynn, thank you for your message. What does Lynn say? Oh, Reva as well. Oh, that's a bit of an exotic name, isn't it?
Oh,
Reva.
nice.
Sounds quite joyous, doesn't it? And sort of lively.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you see, that's not a name, is it, that you're going to get on mugs?
Well, absolutely not, no.
Just no.
That's why I love the amount of personalisation that you can do with sewing.
Whether it's applique, whether it's making the whole cushion in itself. And we've got these ready to send off to Wesley Snipes, obviously. He doesn't know. Actually, neither did you, to be fair. You wanted to take these home, didn't you?
I was going to leave the sew ones in the studio. I'm making an A to go in the middle.
Apparently, I've got to make it say so again because we're not sending it to Wesley after all. Disappointing. I know. So... Yes! I like. How are we getting on around this ink?
Good. Like I said, it is fiddly. It is a bit time consuming.
So you actually got to pick the letter that you did today, and you picked an E.
I didn't. No, I did not get to pick the letter I did today.
You?
No.
Oh,
I should have said
picked?
I'd do a different letter. I would have picked an I, obviously.
An I, obviously. Yes. Lorraine's messaged in. Hello, Lorraine. Oh, she says happy birthday to her husband, Steve. Well, happy birthday, Steve.
Oh, lots of Steves today. My husband, Steve. Your husband, Stephen.
Yeah, we've got, yeah. Many
all
of
the Steves.
But it's not his birthday today. He had his birthday last week. The week before. Yeah. But no, Lorraine, Steve, happy birthday to you. Maybe you could have some letters for your birthday. Oh, but we've only got one of the cream, so yeah,
get it
you
now.
need to get that quick. $21.95 for your cream, HKGC 13. I think a lot of you are also getting the alphabet fabric just as an extra stash. Should we have a look at the blue, because as that was first to go. Here we go. So, half a metre is £5.45. Here it is. This is a metre. That's a metre.
So many things you can do out of that,
Well,
even if you're not doing the letters.
What? Actually, we gave you a spotty fabric, but look at all the different colours that you've got there as well. You've got 12 different colours in there that you can pick from to go with it. So maybe when you get it, have a little trawl through our solid spectrums and match out some other colours.
Again,
Because
something
it's
I really
all
like that
there.
it would go again because it's got so many.
Yeah.
If you've got a bedroom in any of those colours, you know, if your main
It's
kind of
gonna
bedroom
go.
colour, it's going to work, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or lounge or
It's
playroom
fun,
or whatever.
It's happy. It's got uppercase, lowercase if you're teaching kids, or if you just want it as
decoration in your sewing room, which is kind of what originally they were.
And also,
designed
you're not going to grub out of an alphabet, are you? You know. Sorry, not having letters today. I mean, I know sometimes we struggle with words here, but that's just because it's early in the morning. But here we go, £5.45 per half a metre if you want to pop that in the basket. Obviously, the kit, you're getting a full metre, so a half metre you'll get like that much. But that would do... So if in the kit we're giving you a metre and we say that does 10 letters, if you want five letters is half a metre, yeah. So however many letters you have. I mean, I have a friend with a wonderfully long name. Do you know her full name? Cassandra Stembili Moyo Chittenden.
Goodness word.
Yeah, she was the one that the like five lines on your exam paper for name. That was for her. I think it's a wonderful name. Here we go. Next one. So if you want to get the cream individually, and maybe you want a bit of both. And then you can mix and match. Or you could then, you could edge in one of them.
Yes, yeah.
Because the colours are there, aren't they? Let's have a look you've got 10 different colours on this one because you don't have the background colour. But you see, there's no reason why you couldn't do the edging instead of with the spot in that.
Yeah, no reason why. Yeah, no reason why you don't have to.
ELMY 41. Oh, have I got to apologise for Lorraine for what? Lorraine, we think the kit might be out of stock, but just give us a call because, like we say, you know, sometimes people change their mind or they change a different colour or whatever. 0800 112 4433 is our free phone number. We're not going to charge you for the call, so it's really quick and easy and simple to just call up and check just option 1 when you go through, and they will be able to help you. So congratulations for everyone that has got it. This is what you're going to be doing.
Yeah.
Well, so, I mean, with whatever letter you choose, but
obviously. Yeah. So I've made it all the way round.
Well done.
We'll do it again now. Yes. So you can see when I start to turn that the right way round that's how it starts to take shape.
Yes.
On the inside, all you need to do is you do need to take a couple of snips.
Now, this is the thing with corners, isn't it? So if you've got a particularly bendy name, pay attention.
Obviously, we've already done it with the curves on the outside, but we've only done it with the gusset fabric.
Yes.
So I'm going to go back in and snip those, but I'm also going to have to snip the inside corners here.
Otherwise, it's not going to stretch, is it?
Well, you're going to see what's going to happen on this side is it's not going to turn around properly. It's just going to sit that way, which is lovely if that's the way you want it to be, but that's not. We want it to go the other way.
Yes.
So we need to snip in the corners so that it can fold back on itself and go in as opposed to sticking out.
Right.
The other thing I don't know if I mentioned when I was, I'm going to go back and mention it. When I drew round my letter and when I cut it out.
Oh, you left a seam allowance.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't ask you about that.
So I've added a seam allowance.
Otherwise, you're going to have a skinny letter.
Yes, absolutely. So
which might be what you want.
You need to take that into account, which I'm pretty sure it says in the instructions, but I just wanted to make it clear for anyone who is not buying the instructions.
There's a way to find out.
Yeah, read it. Read the instructions. So you need to do that. You need to cut extra. But again, like we were saying, only a little bit, only about 5 or 6 mil.
Well, it says, here we go, cut out each of the traced letter shapes 1 centimetre or 3/4 of an inch outside the drawn line all the way around. Yeah, so they're recommending a centimetre seam allowance, which is, about what you've done, I would say.
On this one,
Good job.
And then I've probably trimmed it
We've had a message from Claire and Sonia, thank you very much. Oh, Anne's message in as well, thank you very much. We'll have a look and see if we can get these kits back. Okay, we make up these kits ourselves. Yeah. So when we get limited amount of stock, it's only because maybe it was the end of a bolt. So, we only had that amount of fabric to put. So, it could be that it's the spots that we haven't got, I don't know, or it might be the thread or something. We only had a limited amount of the thread. Whatever component it is, that's what limits the number that we can do. So I know it must seem like, well, just whack a bit more in a box and off you go. What are you complaining about? No, it's that actually there will be a component part that we only have a certain amount of.
In stock at the time.
So we apologise for that. When we get that back in stock, we can bring the kits back to you. Hurrah! But for now, today, this is what we have, and obviously you've loved it. But in the meantime, you can buy the alphabet material, because obviously that wasn't the thing that was stopping the kits. Then you can get that individually. It's all very technical.
It is.
This whole stock thing.
Yes, and it is something that will obviously, the longer we go on and the more you support us all, the better we can get at it as well.
Well, that's the thing. We're 2 months and a day old.
That's the thing, isn't it? We keep thinking that. I mean, we feel like we've been here forever, don't we? It feels like forever because we're doing it such a lot. But yeah, we are really new, and there are things that we're learning, and we don't know how quickly things are going to sell out. We have no idea. So
well, this is it. So
only by doing it do we learn.
For example, the Kaffe quilt that we've got.
Yeah. Brilliant example. The
Kaffe quilt, we have got complete packs of that, like the whole kit and caboodle ready to go for you. To the extent that yesterday I was a little bit cheeky and I did say, right, how long until that sells out? Yeah. Now, and the room was so divided because there were those that were saying we won't sell them all out, and there were those that would go, oh, they're going to go. So this is it. Nobody has an idea because it's the first time we've ever brought anything of that magnitude to air for you. Yeah. So we're learning. So if we bring it to air and you absolutely love it, and it goes in 20 minutes, we know next time to bring more. Yes. And that's the way that it goes. So please bear with us.
The same with feedback as well. It's like if you say that you definitely want everything in a kit, but some people are like, oh no, but actually I don't want to buy it in a kit. Well, that's have to listen to both of those. Which is why we've given you the alphabet fabric separately as well. So yes, you've got the option of the kit, but you've also got the components that you can buy, the bits that you need. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to cater for everybody. Yeah. It's tricky. It is. It is hard.
Very tricky.
It's a learning curve.
But also we like a challenge.
We do.
Yes. Sammy, what are you doing?
There we are. So all I'm doing is just making sure at this point, and also I'm going to be marking up my my points on the inside of my E to get them the right way around when I attach this one.
Right, okay.
So I'm pushing out my seams just to make sure that where I've snipped and everything is working well and it's all curving out okay.
It's looking good
but
to
you
me.
can see how that's starting to come to life already.
Right, I need to learn. You know, you do this roly thing with the fabric on the set. I can't do it.
Have a go then.
No, I can't.
All you need to do is get the corner.
You see, look, nothing.
No, roll this way, backwards and forwards, and it should do it itself.
No, it doesn't work.
It does. You were doing it then. That was working.
Because I need to do this to get my nice crisp. No, you see, I just smush it. You've got the knack.
It's something about making sure that your fingers are not too slippery as well. Not too much hand cream. I've got callousy hands.
Need to rough them up
a bit of grip. You need to, yeah. So it's about getting that the grip. You can do it with thread and needles as well.
But it just gives you that lovely crisp thread. Now, Janice,
you can do it with a pin as well if you don't. If you're not good at that, then fine. Pop your pin in at your seams and just use that to eke out.
That's what I end up doing. Janice does it with a thread as well.
Yeah, if you're doing points, you can pull and pop a thread through. Pins and quick unpicks and stuff are good for that because you can get in really tight and really neat and make sure that it's all absolutely perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark up my lines.
Now this is kind of the really important part, isn't it?
Sorry, there goes my lid.
Got it. There you go. Because otherwise you're going to have a wonky E.
Yes, and particularly with E's and things like that. I mean, S's are a bit different. But where you've got something that is very obviously going to look twisted if you're not getting it right.
Oh, this is where you follow your spots.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to go into my corners and follow the lines out from the corners to make sure I get the edges in approximately the right place. We don't have to be super accurate, but the more accurate they are, the more accurate it's going to look when it's finished. So.
I guess the thing that you could do when you start is measure and mark on the two fronts, the front and back of the letter, exactly where you start.
Yeah.
And then just make sure that you start exactly there.
You can, but even then, when you're working around something that is quite so fiddly, things are going to shift about. Okay. No matter how careful you are with marking up in the beginning, you're still going to get, as you're working around, I mean, the bits in here, the insides are going to sometimes take a little bit more, a little bit less, and it's millimetres difference that will then work its way round. So you do need to be a little bit flexible with how that's going to work. Sometimes it works out perfectly.
And not me telling you what to do. Okay. That makes sense. Now you say it, makes sense.
Well, the thing is that nothing, particularly with fabric, because it's something that's so flexible and something that moves around so much and manipulates as you work, unless you put interfacing on everything and starch everything within an inch of its life, like you would with a patchwork quilt, which is where you want everything to be super accurate and super tight and super neat and has to be matching up at the corners precisely, otherwise it looks off when you're finished. With something like this, I would say it's more important to get it done than it is to be absolutely accurate to the millimetre.
Well, do you know what? The thing is, because it's stuffed, you're going to enjoy squidging it anyway.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing.
And we do. Now, the fabric, very, very popular just by itself. So if you're after the alphabet fabric by itself, then if you would like the... Shall I show you the cream? Because I feel that we've got the blue there. You can see how... Stay there. Stay...
Is it being stubborn?
Yeah, it's being difficult. Doesn't want to play. Doesn't know it's Saturday. It doesn't know that sew was done so that we had sew it Saturday and it could be part of the sew. Here we go. You're getting half a metre. This is a metre. So in your kit, which is now sold out, you're getting a whole metre because that will do you 10 letters. But if you want to do your own, then that's absolutely fine. $5.45 per half a metre. So if you want a metre to be able to do...
2.5 metres would do the whole alphabet, is that right?
26 letters in the alphabet, isn't it?
Like you've got an I, obviously, and a J, which don't take up as much as, say, a W and a X and a M.
So 2.5 metres, pop 5 in your quantity if you want the entire alphabet. And then also pick a contrasting fabric to do your edges in. ELMY 41, that's your cream. And of course it's very easy to work with. It's 100% cotton, which just makes it a joy, really.
It does make it a joy, particularly because it's... are these fabrics both Macawa?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
Again, using fabrics from the same company, you know they've come from the same place.
Which
so you know
also
they
means
work
they're
really well
washable
together.
as well.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing is, even once they're made.
Absolutely.
Because the wadding is.
Upside down.
Rather.
Yeah, there are reasons that we go with Makawa a lot, because we know that it's washable, it's easy to work with. We want a fabric that is going to work, not overstretch, not overbend, not be difficult to work with. It wouldn't work in a situation like this. So we are careful about what fabrics that we use. 545 here, OUMY 62. And this is from the Baby Jungle range, you see. So it's got that. You could mix this in with a quilt, couldn't you? It'd be lovely. Yeah. Sammy, we've got a minute left.
I know, I'm not going to get around to doing all of this, but I'll show you what it looks like to stitch it.
Now, because you've got that overlap with the gusset, you can turn it through. So can you just sew?
Yeah.
It's just so top, so bottom.
If I unpin this, it's probably more important to show you that than to sew the other. You just sew the other side the same as you did there, very slowly on the machine. So what we've got here is, yes, we've got this overlap that we had before, so you can see it on the inside there. So that fold that we did first is now nicely on the outside of that, and we've just left the other edge raw. You could fold that edge over as well if you wanted to. And you can see I've overlapped by about 4 centimetres, which means that when we join this up to this side, when we get into the other end, you've got just enough room to A, turn it through really neatly, and B, you've got enough to then stuff it. And then you can do, one of them I did a ladder stitch just to join that space up.
So you can leave it, and it's, if I just show you that, it is, you see that has been left, but you wouldn't necessarily know, and that could be on the base if you wanted. Perfect. So thank you very much. Thank you at home for supporting us and grabbing your alphabets whilst you can. Apologies, we will bring it back if you need it. We'll bring it back. But next 2 hours, you get to sit down.
Yeah, I'm going to go and sit and watch with a cup of tea.
We are all about Kaffe Fassett. Jo Carter's here to show us the way with a beginner level kit that looks like this. Amazing. Tune in to Sewing Quarter on Saturday the 1st of April for the launch of a truly fabulous quilt kit. Jo Carter will be here to show how to make Kaffe Fassett's extraordinary Half Moon quilt kit. If you love Kaffe Fassett's fabric, you will love this kit. The kit includes 43 different yarn-dyed woven stripe fabrics and 9 different yarn-dyed woven shot cottons from the Kaffe Fassett for Free Spirit range. That's nearly 12 metres of Kaffe fabric. That's over 13 yards. On top of that, the kit includes complete instructions, cotton batting and backing fabric. So join Jo and Kaffe Fassett's quilt kit on Saturday the 1st of April at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Sewing Quarter for this, our first ever 2-hour show. So we are, for the next 2 hours back to back, we are all about this stunning creation. Now, if you are a quilter, surely this is the holy grail of quilts. I mean, it is absolutely stunning. And it is unsurprising, therefore, to know that this has been made up using gorgeous Kaffe Fassett material. Now, I mean, the thing is that with Kaffe you can't go wrong. The material is absolutely gorgeous. He designs with the most gorgeous colours. And what we've got in here, you've got beautiful yarn-dyed cottons, and you've got shot cottons, you've got stripes. We'll explain what all those are later. But this is the design that you're getting. Now, this has been a quilt that has both divided and united the office. Divided because half of them said, we've got enough stock, and then the other half went, oh, I don't know, it is Kaffe, and you do love a bit of Kaffe. But united in the fact that absolutely everybody has come in and said, wow. It's a stunning, stunning piece. Funny story. Obviously, within an office, everybody has their strengths, you know, and not everybody in our office knows about sewing and quilting. Our big boss, for example, when this came out, because we sent away for the quilt, this came from the company that has supplied our kits for us. This came because it would take so many man hours to make. And when it arrived, the look of horror on his face, like, they've sewn it wrong. Like, what do you mean they've sewn it wrong? It's like they've put that block round the wrong way. No. This is the design. And any quilter will tell you, this is the half moon design. So once the relief that, you know, and there will be people thinking exactly the same. I know, even if it's just my husband going, is that meant to be like that? It is meant to be like this. This is made of 4 huge blocks. This is designed, well, here we go. This is Kaffe Fassett. This is his materials. And the actual design itself, the half moon, has been designed by a lady called Jodie Godfrey. Now, what we're doing for you today, what you're seeing on your screens there, this is the kit. So you get full instructions. You get, it's about 13 yards, so 12 metres of Kaffe fabric there. That's your 12 metres or 13 yards, whichever way around you want to look at it. That's all the material that you're getting. You're getting 43 different stripes. You're getting 9 shot cottons. Now, what I also need to tell you, because you can buy that kit elsewhere, but that material that you're seeing on your screen, you're like, oh, hang on, I haven't seen that. No, you haven't seen that because, you are also going to get in your kit, that is your backing fabric. And do you want to know the beautiful thing about this backing fabric? It comes in one sheet. You're not having to try and pattern match or anything like that. This is over 270 centimetres wide. That's 108 inches wide, this fabric. This is specifically for backing your quilts, and it's included in your kit. Whoop. It's amazing. And you even get the material, the extra material for all of your binding, and you get the wadding / batting, whatever you want to call it. Everything is in the kit. All you need to add at home is cotton and time. Cotton thread. Now, to take us step by step, how to do this. Because remember, this is a beginner's kit. And you're getting all of that. You're getting 13 yards of material plus, in addition to that, all of the backing and the binding and the wadding, all of this for £275 to help us. It's Jo Carter. Hello. The lady normally known of as our toy expert, but then we discovered that actually all of the toys that you make for your kids have quilted blankets.
They do. I manage to combine the two quite often.
I love that. That shows a dedication to the quilting cause.
Yes, and the pester power of my children as well.
Oh, you don't underestimate that.
No. That's
Now, this quilt, gosh, I mean, this is something that we aspire to. You know, this is an inspirational piece. But actually, on the instructions, the first thing that it says, which we all went, no, skill level, beginner. How on earth, Jo, is this a beginner?
I know, it looks so complex, but it's a beginner level quilt. The things you really need to keep track of is which fabric is which and placement. It's not your sewing skills, it's almost your organisational skills are what keeps it on track. But anyone could tackle this, I think.
This gives me hope, because for that I'd have to move house, because I would need somewhere that had like a big grand hallway or something, or a big staircase where that would...
It would look beautiful, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Because when so much love and attention has gone into a thing of such beauty, you can't just shut that away in a bedroom, can you?
I don't know. It would do the rounds of the house for me. It would be downstairs for a bit, over a sofa or in the living room.
Imagine that over a cream leather sofa or something. Wouldn't that just be stunning?
It's just so vibrant. It would just lift any room, wouldn't it? Yeah, so it would do the circuit of my house. It would spend time. Be like a travelling... Oh, absolutely.
So when you think, I mean, £275 is getting you 43 of the Kaffe Fassett stripe materials. It's getting you 9 of the cotton shot fabrics, plus that huge sheet of backing fabric. It's immense.
It is.
Absolutely immense. And in addition to that, I mean, to give you an idea of size, a finished quilt is 72 by 72 inches. It says in the pack that you should have, in addition, 80 by 80 inches of batting. Mm-hmm. But what we've given you is 90 inches by 96 inches. So you've got ample. And you've got more than you need of the backing fabric as well. We've been really generous with everything that we've given you. All you need to add into this is the colour of the thread that you want to stitch it in.
Yes. When you break down the costs of a quilt, I mean, it's great value for all the fabric. I mean, there's so many fabrics, different fabrics in this. And there's such beautiful quality.
And your instructions and everything. Can I open this? Oh, I've got to get you started because we've got 2 hours. Yeah, no, you're up. Go on.
Well, the instructions are really well laid out. And as I was saying before, the key is knowing which fabrics are which. So it's really worth spending some time. So you've got a really good...
OK. This gives you an idea. It's like a colour chart, isn't it? Look. And they've all got letters, haven't they? They're all lettered.
They have.
There are so many that they've actually gone through the alphabet twice. Amazing. Look at... Oh, gosh, look at these stripes. One of the first things that you said to me was, golden rule of quilting, don't use stripes. But I think this works.
I do.
Because it's not your average stripe, is it?
It's not. And also, when you look at it, the solid colours, you can see the squares, but the stripes next to each other, you can't... It sort of plays with the eye. You can't see the individual squares, and the stripes sort of create that lovely pattern next to each other and that blend. And
it's like light diffused,
yes.
Isn't it? It's captivating, but it's like because you've got the solids through there as well, but then you've got those stripes. It is a full spectrum of colour in there, and I think it's absolutely exquisite. Now, what you can see through there is the actual quilting. I mean, there's a stunning quilted design that's gone over there. Now, that is whatever skill level you are.
Yes.
Now, you can just do straight, or you could do the whirly-swirly stuff that you can see there. That's my technical term there. Or I do believe that there are actually places that you can send off to get that done. If you have...
There are.
If you have absolutely loved and done that patchwork and then gone, oh my goodness, but actually the quilting, feel a bit worried about that, there are actually services where you can send that off and they will then quilt it.
There are long arm quilters, and you can send your quilt off and you will get it back all beautifully quilted.
I like that idea. Can I just show you as well? Because when I say organisation, that's the key.
Yes, that is the key for this.
Oh, look at that!
That is one block. It's made of 4 blocks, and that is the layout for a block.
So you've got to do 4 of those.
Yes, you do.
And you label that. So it's all about the labelling and making sure you've got the right thing in the right place.
For me, yes, I spent time. I went through the chart and I selected the fabric, and I have them here.
Show us, Joe.
So I got each of the fabrics out, and I looked at the chart and matched up. So this one's EE. So I found EE on there and popped a label and a pin through that, and I did that with all of the fabrics.
Wow.
So we have them all here labelled up.
Just look at these. In fact, this is what you get. This is how it will arrive to you. That's how much Kaffe you are getting. Whoa.
It's heavy as well.
It is. You're only paying $2.95 for your postage as well. And to get all of that, 43 of the stripes, 9 of the solids, and then you get extra, that bit there, that's your extra. That's for all of your batting. Your binding. That's the right word, yeah. And your full instructions. So it all comes beautifully in the box. Now, I also want to show, because I was so impressed by this, can you grab one side of this? We're going to move over here because, quite frankly, there's not enough space otherwise. You know, I said about the backing fabric being one piece.
Oh, I'm not really tall enough.
That's what I mean by it's one piece. Look at that. I mean, that's stunning in itself, isn't it?
It is.
And then by the time that it's quilted, it just takes on a whole new level. And this feels beautiful.
It does. It's a beautiful contrast to the stripes as well, to have this giant floral as well.
Just incredible. And you get extra. I mean, if we show you that against there, you can see just how much extra you're getting. So you've got lots left over with this, lots of material left over. So what that means is that actually, if you want to do a runner, and we've got a pole through this, and you can loop through and use this material to do that, so that you could mount it if you want it mounted, because you're going to want to see this.
You're going to want to show it off.
And the thing is, this is Kaffe at his best, isn't it? With the most spectacular colours going on in here. Absolutely gorgeous. And because you have the whole spectrum of colours in here, it's going to work, because you're going to match this with any colours in your house, because it's got all the colours.
It has.
It's got all the colours.
And it's
stunning.
Some beautiful summery, springy colours teamed with...
Well, then you've got your warm autumnals in there. This is a quilt for all seasons.
It is, it really is.
Absolutely stunning. And do you know what? Here we go. If we just show you under there, by the time that it's quilted, how different that material, the texture of that material. Can you lift your...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go. Can you see the... I don't know how close we can get in to see the... There. So you see, it does look so different by the time you've got some of that quilting on there. Really beautiful. Right, Joe, we need to get started on this, because...
OK.
How do we do this, then? So, Kaffe Fassett here. There you go. There's the man himself. I want him round for dinner. I want to quiz this man, because he is quite an extraordinary chap. When you think that he doesn't just do textiles, he does needlepoint, he does mosaics, he does all sorts.
He does all, yeah, he really does.
You know, he's an incredible artist in his own right. That's what he started out studying, was was painted, was art, you know, was fine art. What a man. Right, so we've labelled everything.
We've gone through, labelled everything.
Yes.
And it really is worth taking the time and to do that.
You have. I mean, look at the piles over there.
I've done them all. I think I've probably used all my pinning these little labels on. If you don't want to use pins, you can wonder clip the labels on. So there we go. I'll move these out of the way.
I love your organisation with this. It is absolutely gorgeous. Beginner level, remember.
It is. When you look at it, you don't think it's just square patchwork because of the way the stripes work next to each other. But it really isn't.
Oh, it's just gorgeous.
As complicated as it looks. So,
yeah, go on.
Are we on to the cutting list? So from here, once I've got them all labelled up, I then put them into groups. So you have from fabrics A, D, G. So you have the list there, cut with the fabric, and then subcut squares. So it tells you what to do. So then I bundled them up into each of these groups and then worked through and cut what I needed from each of them.
So, firstly label, secondly, here you go. These are your subgroups. So you then subdivided and worked your way through each of the groups, cutting as instructed.
Yes, and as I cut them out, I then...
Wow, look at this.
Labelled them up into groups again.
Again, labelled. So this is, do you know what? I would find this, I think, quite satisfying. Look at the colours in there. Very, very satisfying.
They're so rich.
Oh, aren't they? It's the tone of it, I think, that I absolutely love through these. Now, this is yarn dyed rather than piece dyed. Now, I had to go and look this up because I wasn't sure. Yarn dyed basically means that the actual yarn itself is dyed first, and then those colours are then woven together, which means it's going to be colour fast. They're less likely to run. It also gives you a longevity of your colour. So like a top like this, which is one colour, would probably be piece dyed as the entire piece. But these, because you want this intricacy, that's how that is done. So each colour dyed individually and then worked through, rather than it being dyed once the fabric is put together. Now with the solids, could we grab ZZ, please?
ZZ?
The solids are cotton shot. Now, what that means is that, can you see that beautiful? I think of silk shot. That's a term that I knew, but cotton shot, I was like, what does that actually mean? It means that the warp and the weft are different coloured threads. So you can see here, as this phrase slightly here, you can see that that is a purple, but the other one will be a blue. So thank you everyone that's joining in today. This is the first time that we have done something of this magnitude. So you can get that box elsewhere, but what we've done for you, because it says on there not included, not included, not included, we've included all the things that on the box says aren't included. So with this you get 90 by 96 inches of your warm and natural. Now, I mean, this is fabulous quality, natural batting/wadding. And this is going to be warm, it's going to breathe. It means that if you need to wash it, you can. Could you imagine having to find a washing machine big enough to put that in?
It looked beautiful on the line, though, as it was drying.
Yeah,
all the
could you
neighbours
imagine?
would be jealous.
I've never taken a photograph of my washing line before. However, it's never had Kaffe on it. So the quilt made is 72 inches squared. That is 182 centimetres by 100, so a little under 2 metres squared. That's big.
It's a big quilt.
Whoa. Jo said she'd use it on her bed over at the top of her duvet. You could do that as a sofa cover as well, couldn't you? It could be a big...
It would just be so luxurious on a bed.
You wouldn't let anyone sleep in it, would you?
No, well, I wouldn't be able to get the cat off it. My cat knows quality. It would be straight
yeah,
in
no,
there.
absolutely. Ooh, so warm and snuggly. Okay, so with organisation, cut, label, label, label.
Yes. Before we get to this bit, I will go back. No, you need to take time as well to press all the fabrics before cutting. So before I labelled them, I'd get them out, give them a good press, pop the label back on so I knew which was which. I'll move this out of the way. And then to cut them, it's very simply, you need a full size. I've got the small one because I'm going to subcut in a minute. Let's take the label out.
But you do need a big cutting board.
A big cutting mat, and this is the right-sized ruler to cut the width of fabric.
Would you like a bigger cutting mat? I can see one there that's huge. Would you like that? Would that make life easier?
I could show cutting across the...
Come on.
I wasn't given a straight answer then, was I?
grab us a big one. We've got the technology. We can. There we go. It's tools for the job, isn't it?
It is.
We have that. There we go. Okay. If you've just joined us, welcome. It's all about this. This is our Kaffe Fassett Half Moon Quilt Kit. The material is all by Kaffe Fassett. The backing is Kaffe Fassett. We've just shown you what a huge single piece of fabric you get for that backing. That's the backing. So you get, it doesn't give you any sense of scale or size with that, but that is a snippet of the backing. And then the front. So I love that you get that striking front with sort of light diffuse. This is your half moon. Of course, you could do any pattern you want. You could, but this is what it's intended for. Is your half moon quilt. The designer of the actual half moon itself is a lady called Jodie Godfrey, who does a lot of designing for Free Spirit, which is the company this has come from. So you're looking at the best in the business. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, what a joy! Right.
So we've given the fabric a good press. Mm-hmm. I've had this folded in my trolley, so it's not quite as pressed as it should be, but we'll crack on from there. And fold it in half, line up the self edges, and then when you're cutting, you want to work, when we're going to cut out the shapes, we want to work from a straight edge. Right. And often the fabrics, when they've been cut from the bolt, it won't quite be a straight edge.
Right.
Now with this, because the weave, the stripes are the weave, you can actually use the stripes to line it up as well. I'm a bit small for this. So, I mean, this is the edge I've already worked from, so it's quite straight, but... So we can line that up, and you can check it's lining up nicely with all the markings on the ruler.
Yeah, no, you can really see that.
You can see that straight. So we usually work from the fold, which I have done. I've lined up the fold, but then double-checked it with the stripes because they're the weave, and then you want to cut. So straight along to give a nice...
satisfying noise.
It is, isn't it? Look how sharp that is. And give a nice straight edge to work from. And so all the squares are cut by cutting a width of fabric piece and then subcutting it into squares. How
much material are you getting of each fabric?
There's a 1/4 yard.
Wow.
Is it a thin quarter or a skinny quarter? Suddenly now it's not a fat quarter, it's cut out across the length.
So yes, skinny or thin, whichever one it is, so that it's, instead of it being a 1/4 in terms of like that, it goes a 1/4 in terms of that way. Yes. I know what you mean.
And with the first group, I think it says cut 2 width of fabric strips to get 12 squares out of it. Actually, you can do it out of 1.
Can you?
You can. And then here we want 3.5 inch with the fabric strips. So we'd line
is this made from 3-inch finished squares?
3-inch finished, yes. So it took me a while then to... 3-inch finished squares.
So you're cutting 3.5 inches to get a 3-inch finished square on that. I just love it. Because you've got the stripe. That's what is giving you that light diffuse effect on your half moon quilt. Now, £275, I know that if you actually break down the amount of constituent parts on this, then it is incredible value for money, in my humble opinion.
It is, it really is.
And your humble, in our humble opinion, we think this is great value for money. Just the wadding alone, the size of the batting / wadding, whichever one you want to call it, 90 inches by 96 inches. That alone is an investment.
It is,
isn't it? So the fact that we're giving you top quality, 100% cotton here. We're not skimping on anything. More than you need. That is brilliant. And then, on top of that, we are giving you... Now, this doesn't come... If you just buy that, this doesn't come with everything else. These are all the extras that you would have to put your hand in your pocket and buy. But because we've bundled everything together, that's why you're getting the great value for money. Kaffe Fassett, special, very special material. We... this is... Can we open this up again?
Shall we?
Sorry. But I need you to see how big this is. If you've just joined us... I need you to see just how huge this is, because this is the absolute joy of this material, is that this is one piece. So you're not having to piece together strips of fabric or anything like that to do your backing. This is one sheet of fabric. That's why when you start to think of it like this is Kaffe Fassett material in the kit. That much Kaffe Fassett backing material, and you get oodles. So if you want to do extra bits so that you can put your pole through, if you're wall mounting it, you've got plenty for that. If you want to do matching cushions, you've got that. That's what we're looking at here. This is huge. It is 108 inches wide. That's not the length, that is wide. That is selvage to selvage. 108 inches. That's about 274 centimetres.
And you don't, with extra wide fabric like this, you don't normally get a design as stunning as this, actually, for the back.
It's because it's Kaffe who's designed it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And this
really
is,
beautiful.
the man knows his material. You're getting all of this, and to get this amount of Kaffe in addition to all of this, just stunning. Jeanette's messaging, thank you very much. She said, what an amazing project, thank you. And it's called a long quarter.
Long quarter,
not
yes.
fat, skinny, long.
I knew I didn't have it right.
You know when it just goes and that's it, and then someone asks you, like, oh, no, I don't know. There you go. So while we wrap this up, let's have a look at the man himself that's brought us this. Just incredible. Thank you very much, Kaffe. Now, for anybody that isn't aware of Kaffe, then that's absolutely fine. Let us tell you a little bit about the man himself. This is the kit that you're getting, £275, and you get the lot. Just add your thread. That's all you need to do. ZLRW62. There we go, that's your backing fabric. So there we go, that's everything you get in the wadding / batting, the backing fabric. You even get extra so that you can do all of your binding, and that's in a purple solid, isn't it? And that's out of the shot cotton. And this is a beginner quilt. Amazing. Just amazing. So we cut out 3.5-inch squares out of all this stunning material.
Yes, I've straightened up the edge of this. I'm measuring with this ruler. It's doubled over, so this is the perfect size for cutting with the fabric strips. 3.5 inches, and I always do 3.5. I always double check. Measure twice, cut once, very much. And actually, if you're going to cut a few, I often would pop a little bit of tape just to remind me which is the mark. It depends, isn't it? Because this is a creative grid one. So you've got the 1/2 inches. If you swizzle it around, then you can measure it on all the black ones give you the 1/2 inches. The white give you just the inches, and then that gives you... We'll show you those later, though. But if you are using something like creative grids and you've got 3.5 inches marked out, and this one's great as well because it does have reminders all the way down the ruler. So I'll cut out a 3.5 with the fabric strip. So I have to say, well over 1/4 of the stock gone already. Wow. Like, well over. Thank you so much. We are rapidly heading towards half the stock gone. It is a 2-hour special with, obviously, the lovely Jo Carter, who you know for toys, but actually quilts blankets for each of the toys she makes. Yes. At home. They are spoiled, my toys. That's how it works. Brilliant. So what do we do next? Now from there, we want to subcut along to get our squares
Yes.
out of this fabric. So I'll move the long ruler, and one this size is perfect for this sort of job.
It's tools for the job, isn't it? What would you recommend? Because if you're going to make this investment of £275 to create a piece of art, basically, then the tools to get this one here is a 6-inch square.
So 6.5 or
six and a half. So pop that in your basket. They're all on the website. They're all on the show, but it's just handy things to know that you're going to need and are useful to have.
Yes, absolutely. So this is the folded side. I'm just going to take off the selvage down at this side, and then I will just cut along. And you can cut a couple of width of fabric strips and do them one on top of the other and cut more out at the same time. But with this being stripes, I've tried to keep on top of it a little bit more and just do one at a time, just to make sure that the stripes, but even if the stripes are a little bit off, I think that gives it a bit more texture actually often as you look at it.
Well, we had a big discussion about stripes, and I think that ultimately what we both decided was because of the colours, the rich natural colours in here, I mean it is a veritable rainbow of colour, but because of the earthiness, actually, we didn't mind if a stripe went a bit wonky.
No,
it just added to the character of it.
Yes, it makes it more unique.
It does. Oh, I just love it. Right, so
I'm just going to spin this round. And when you're cutting with the rotary cutter, you want to keep it down when you're not using it. But then, if you're right-handed, you want to have the fabric that's going to be cut on this side, on the right, so you can just work your way along.
I'm going to move out your way then.
So, 3.5. So, line that up. And then you can use the horizontal marks and the vertical ones just to really make sure you've got that square. Sorry, I keep knocking it out of the way. And then just work your way along and cut out the squares. And then, as they're done, label them. This is H. I think H is the fabric that you need most of.
Oh, okay.
No, most squares of. I think there's 20 squares for that. 1, 2, 3.
So when you cut out your squares, how did you do it? Did you just pop something? Did you just have that sewing court on in the background, or a bit of music and just?
I always have something to listen to on in the background. I often have a crime drama on in the background. I like to solve a mystery.
Well, why not? Yeah. Multitasking, why not?
There are very few crime dramas now that I haven't...
solved.
Yes. I was going to go with listen to, but yeah, solved, yes.
By yourself, quite happily.
So you just work your way along and cut out the squares.
Okay. And then label.
And then label.
Okay, so we've double cut here. This is excellent.
So and then, yes, pop a pin through or wonder clip with the label of which fabric it is. Should I carry on and cut more, or should I?
Entirely up to you. You know how much you want to get through, so we are in your capable hands.
But that is the cutting. It's cutting with the fabric strips and then subcutting them into squares.
So it's handy to have your long ruler and then a smaller one for the smaller pieces. Okay.
It is. It's great, and any quilting, it's good to have a small one. And I mean,
they're kind of your basic quilting needs, aren't they? A long ruler and a short one. But we'll give you the details of that later. How easy was the Kaffe Fassett material to work with? It's 100% cotton.
I thought, let me get a piece. I thought it's quite delicate fabric, and I thought it would be difficult to work with, and actually it was really easy. I was very surprised at how easy it was to work with. It really holds its shape. I didn't have a problem with it at all. Really, really nice to work with.
So beginners, you're going to be in good hands here. So Kaffe Fassett has been in the art industry since the 60s. I mean, the man has decades of experience. He's written over 40 books. You know, it's just amazing. He's the only living artist that's had a sellout exhibition at the V&A, to the extent he's come back and he's now got another one. He had another one, rather. So, you know, there is a reason that this man is celebrated, and it's because of his genius when it comes down to colour and how he puts these things together. So he designs the fabric, he designs the quilts. It's all about the colours and the richness and the opulence for him. Absolutely stunning. Maria, thank you very much for your message as well. So many of you. Joy, lovely to hear from you as well. Thank you ever so much for getting involved. Let's carry on.
That's okay. So once I'd done cut all my squares out, and then I arranged them into alphabetical order, because you don't cut them in. The list is you pick
All the
various
are here.
piles and cut them into, because you need different numbers of each.
So it gives you a list of fabrics.
It does.
And then it says cut from each, 2, 3.5.
With the fabric strips,
with the
although
fabric, yeah.
with that you can get away with 1. I
Okay.
think you can get 12 out of 1.
And then subcut 2 of the 3.5-inch square. So exactly what we've just done. And that's what it's telling you to do. And then it gives you the list of the next fabrics, and then you need 16 squares cut from that. And then the next round of fabrics, you're going to cut 8. So it really does make it, this is so clear.
It is.
And it's got WOF, width of fabric. That's basically the hardest thing to interpret on there. That's it.
It is. It's really
Brilliant.
well laid out, very easy to follow.
And this is what I love. If you've just joined us and you're thinking, well, how on earth would you work out the colours? You have a colour chart. You have an extensive colour chart. Within this, you have 43 different stripe fabrics. I mean, that's what hit me with this, was the enormity of fabric that you're getting. The enormity of the Kaffe Fassett material. This isn't any old fabric. This is Kaffe Fassett, top quilt designer, celebrated designer.
Yes.
And so 43 of the stripe, yarn-dyed stripe, and then you also get 9 of the yarn-dyed solids as well. And then you're going to make 4 of these. And that's what will make your half moon. Okay, Jo, next step.
Well, from
Over
there,
to you.
I had this, and I made the top
Do you need this?
one first. So these are in alphabetical order, I hope. So I needed an A. So I
Give
thought-
us an A!
An A was the start of this strip, and it's
Yep.
made in strips and then joined together.
And then an NN.
An NN. It should be just under this MM.
Yeah, look at that! Straight in. Oh, this is satisfying.
It is, and the stripes are pieced together horizontally. It does say that in the
Oh, really?
instructions, yes.
This is why the stripes are fine, because you get different widths. So it's all different anyway. That's why it's okay to work with these stripes. Goes against all the quilting rules and works.
It does.
I remember having this argument with my dad when I was studying art, saying, how come I have to draw everything precisely, and then you look at Picasso's, he's all over the shop. And he said, yes, but by the age of 13, Picasso could draw like Rembrandt. Where do you go from there? And I always remember that argument. It's like, when you know the rules, you can break them.
That's
and
very
that's
true.
what Kaffe does here. He goes, yes, you think don't use stripes in a quilt, but actually, I'm going to show you how it is very, very right. It is very, very right and very, very beautiful. And this is it. It's giving this... There's the man himself. It's giving us this light, diffused effect. And that's the best way that I can describe it. This is the kit. So, and we are the only people to bring you the whole kit in terms of the batting, that huge single sheet of backing fabric for this, and over 13 yards of your actual, look there, of all of that, of Kaffe. In addition, of course, you get the 2¼ yards of your backing fabric and your wadding. And that's Kaffe Fassett as well. We haven't just gone, oh no, we'll get a cheap old material to whack on the back of it. No. It is Kaffe Fassett through and through. So if you absolutely love your cave, if you want to be able to create an absolute showstopper of a piece, then this is the one. It's about being methodical, it's about being organised, and it's about creating this. I mean, just stunning, look at it. And that's it, these stripes are giving that light, diffused effect.
It's because they're all different widths.
Yeah, it just works. That's why it works. And then you get the shot cotton solids in there, which then give you a texture as well. Oh, it's just divine. Absolutely divine.
But you can see how, by labelling them all, it makes this bit much easier to...
No, absolutely. And actually a lot quicker as well. So which letter are you up to?
I'm just on U, so I'm
we
going to
need
go
a
for
VV.
VV. Should be down here somewhere.
There you go.
VV.
And this is how Joe has done it. This is the best way. I mean, you've already made up, haven't you? One of the. Can I show that block that you've made up? Because this is the thing that always I can't quite get my head around. Is I look at that and I think, well, I've got to just do one at a time. But what happens is that's actually 4 larger blocks. So you build it up in stages. So this is the block that we are now creating. So you're making 4 of these. Now that's a very manageable size to deal with. And I just think it's stunning. You did that last night, didn't you?
I did yesterday afternoon, yes.
Impressive. Very impressive. So at the moment, we're getting these in order. And this is the thing with the quilt, is just your organisation. It's very satisfying.
See, I like to be methodical and organise where possible. I aspire to organisational skill, good organisational skills, if I'm honest.
But look, so we've got from here, we've got your purple and green and blue tones. I don't know if we can get this overhead, can we, to get an idea? I've no idea. So your purple and blue and green tones. And then you see it's almost like they say, right, so we're going to take a bit of that green and put that up there and follow that through. But then we're going to take some of these colours and take that into the next one and blend them through. So you get this rainbow effect that happens, because then you get into your warm autumnal colours through here and into your rich warm colours. Now this is shot with sort of a yellow and a purple, which gives that vibrant ochre almost, and then you come back through. So that solid then makes the others go pop, doesn't it? And then all the way through. I love this. Look at that. That's almost a rainbow just in one, and all the way through. Kaffe Fassett is a genius with colour. I don't care what anybody says. To my mind, he is an absolute genius of colour. He is an all-round artist. And you can see, I mean, he also does mosaics as well. And I think that kind of shows in this sort of thing how you can achieve that effect, but with fabric. It's beautiful. So if you're an experienced quilter, buy it for the fabric, buy it for the challenge of the organisation to put this together. But if you're brand new, gosh, wow, this is your aspirational project. This isn't going to be done in a rainy afternoon. A part of it can be. This is about setting aside the time to create something that is firstly stunning, but this is also one of those pieces that your children and your grandchildren will remember you making, and the celebration the day it's finished. And actually, use it. This is the thing. It's of a quality that it can be used. Don't be worried about using it. When you've created something that's beautiful, don't hide it away. Get it out. Make sure that it's out there to be loved and enjoyed and used. And that's when a piece becomes an heirloom piece.
It is. That's exactly what it would be, wouldn't it? A real heirloom piece to have for years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, what next?
So I've laid out the first row, the first strip, and I put them in order, one on top of the other, next to my machine, and then we'll just work through. There we go.
This is about getting your systems in place, isn't it? This is
Now, if you're worried about forgetting the order, being distracted, or maybe they might get knocked off, anything like that, take a photograph of them. It's so easy to snap a picture with your phone or tablet or something. I often do that. We'll have quilt layout, so I can refer back to it.
Now, if you've just joined us, this is Kaffe Fassett double bill, if you will.
It is.
We are 2 hours here. So because this is such a mammoth project and it is a stunning investment, £275, when you break down the constituent parts, this is incredible value for money in our mind. You know, we are so thrilled that we can bring this to you at this price point. Just amazing.
And it's so convenient to have it all there as well, and not having to try and... Because for me, with quilting, I'm weak with colour. I can really recognise it in other people's work, and I'd love to be able to achieve that myself, but I'm not... shape is fine, I'm good with shape, but colour, I don't have the confidence. So when you have something like this with everything put together and you can see how well it works together...
just stunning.
Absolutely
stunning. Now, if you are a beginner buying this, then it's squares. It's just 3.5-inch squares sewn together to create a finished 3-inch block for each of the ones. If you're thinking, crikey, but then there's the quilting, there are companies that will do the quilting for you. So even if you are a beginner, that might be the bit that you absolutely love. That's brilliant. But if you are a beginner and that's the bit that's holding you back, there are companies that will do that for you. So let's have a look at this. So that's just a straight stitch, 1/4 of an inch seam. Done. First one done.
Now, when I'm piecing things like this, I don't reverse over the first couple of stitches at the start and the end to secure them.
Why?
Because when they're joined together later, when they're joined here, you'll sew over them and it'll hold them in place. It's quicker to not do that, but also reversing back can slightly just pull the fabric, just jam it. It's like only very slightly.
But that gets amplified, doesn't it?
It does.
Throughout this number of blocks.
It does. It just tightens it in that area, so you don't need to. I drop my stitch length to 1.8 to 2 millimetres though.
Okay.
So I'd use a smaller stitch and not reverse back to secure the ends.
So this is the first bit of this block. Gorgeous.
It is, well, crack on. And yes, this is it's as easy as this. It's making the strips and then joining them together. So once I've done this, I'll try and speed up a bit, and then we'll press the seams open. No, it says to press the seams open in the instructions, and that's what I've done. You don't have to. If you prefer to press them to one side, then you could do that. I think so. This lies perfectly flat. I think it might be better for this fabric to press them open. I like to press seams open.
Follow the instructions to the letter, didn't you, with this?
I did.
To make sure that you got it absolutely right. Is there, once this fabric is cut, is there a right and a wrong side? Can you see that easily? Or is it just that actually there isn't because it's yarn dyed? Yes. There isn't a right or a wrong?
When I cut them, because it would be wrong sides together inside when I was cutting with the fabric, I would just, as force of habit, I'd have two together, and I'd just bring the bottom one, turn it over on top. But you wouldn't notice with this. You wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't.
In fact, the only way that you'd know with your selvage is by the direction that the pin marks go through. That's the only way that you would actually know.
It is.
Oh, it's just stunning. Absolutely stunning. So, strip at a time, row by row, just sew them together. So would you then do all of those rows and then sew them row by row together?
You could do all of the rows and label them up 1 to 12, but actually to keep track of them, I made row 1 and then I made row 2 and joined them together, and I just joined the rows on underneath.
Wow. And then that would really... Oh, gosh. How excited did you get as you started to see it all come together?
It does go together really quickly, and it's great. It's beautiful to see very soon you see how the fabrics are working together.
So this is what we're working towards at the moment, is to get this first row. And you can see, here we go, it's this one. So this is what we're starting. This is the first one that we've sewn here. And you can see how they come across. And you can see how they're coming together absolutely beautifully. Just stunning. There you go. And so you will make 4 of these. And that makes your 72-inch square beautiful Kaffe Fassett quilt. Absolutely stunning. So edging towards half the stock gone with this. We had a whole conversation, Sammy and I, earlier about, because we are a new channel, to be able to bring you this after just 2 months of being on air is a complete privilege. But we had no idea how many to get. So this is the quilt. This is just absolutely stunning. Let me show you, because it's in the detail, isn't it? Within the kit, you get all of the long quarters that you need in order to make all of these squares. You also get extra of the purple here, and that will make all of your binding. So you get that in the kit as well. Then, as you can see under here, that's the Kaffe Fassett backing. We haven't just thrown in any old backing. We want to be true to Kaffe through and through. We've put in a Kaffe Fassett backing. Now, if you were to buy the box elsewhere, then you would have to source your backing. You would also have to source your batting. We have put both in the kit for you, which is why we can bring this at such an incredible price for you. £275 gets you everything that you need. I mean, just incredible. So I love the fact that you have the symmetry, and then you have the natural with the florals. Now you might be wondering what this is. This quilt has been made so that it can be hung, and it can be hung either way around. So you can just pop your pole through there. That's what that is. Okay, it's not a seam or anything like that. But if you want it as a wall hanging, and I think that we can all agree, it's utterly stunning. So it's got the ability to be hung that way and the ability to be hung that way. Within your backing fabric, you do have enough that you can do that. Okay, you get ample, and that's what I love about this kit. There is excess in it, which is brilliant. There's excess in your batting or wadding. There's excess in that backing fabric as well. But it is all Kaffe, all there. There's the man. There's your man. Now, this is the kit for £275. You think if you just take a moment, if you're an experienced quilter, and you think, okay, how much do I spend just on material normally for a quilt? So this is effectively over 50 fat quarters.
Yes.
Effectively is what this equates to. So, yeah, 13 yards of fabric, 12 metres of fabric, just for the front.
It's a huge amount of fabric.
And then the backing fabric and all of your batting and your binding, incredible. Now, that's the first row done. How quick did that come together? Once everything's prepped, it's all good to go. Now, what we didn't give you earlier, and which we will do for you now, is give you the details of the tools that we've used, because this might be, the first time, because this is a beginner's, because it's just squares. Yes. Once you get your head around that, I mean, the visual effect of the end product is stunning, and could be a little bit daunting if you didn't know it's just squares. That's it. Amazing. Now this is your Creative Grids ruler. This is the long ruler that Joe used. Now this was long enough for you to fold your long quarter in half and cut through 2 layers at a time.
Yes, that's a great when you're starting out quilting, I'd recommend to get that one of your first rulers, because you cut your binding with it. It cuts across. With folded fabric, it cuts across with the fabric.
This is from a company called Creative Grids. A lot of our demonstrators here absolutely love to use Creative Grids for a couple of reasons. Firstly, you get 2 different markings on here. So the white gives you just plain inches, and then you can check your measurements. But if you are doing, as we just have, look, that is your 3.5 inch mark there. So you would just line that up, and you know that that is your 3.5 inch mark. It makes life really, really easy for you. Now you'll also notice an opaque area around the outside and then circles through that. That is an embedded grip, so that your material is not going to move, so that you don't have to worry about your ruler slipping on your fabric and miscutting. That is a grip that's going to hold it perfectly in place. So that's your long one. So that's your 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler there, $23.95. What you will save in fabric from cutting it correctly and not miscutting soon makes up that price. Now the little one that you used was this little chap, and this is just a 6.5 inch square. And again, if you want any advice on how to use it, if you've got on your phone a QR reader, just zap that in and it'll take you to loads of YouTube videos from the company. Absolutely brilliant. So this $14.95, these are your beginner, and every quilting expert that we have on the show always says these are the 2 sizes that every quilter starts off with. These are and getting the right tool for the job. So $14.95 gets you a 6.5 inch square there, RTCQ48. Say you have been inspired. So this is the first quilt that you have ever made, and I salute that. Go big or go home.
Absolutely.
Then at least do yourself a favour and invest in the right tools for the job. Now, Joe, you're going to stay with us for an hour. We're going to take a very quick break in a minute, but you're going to stay with us for another hour. What are we going to do?
I can carry on, make some more strips and see how the block comes together. Yes.
Amazing. Oh, just beautiful. But this is what we're looking at. 43 different striped materials. I'm slightly afraid to disrupt your organisation here, so I will I'll place them. They are beautifully organised. You see, Joe has labelled up every single one, and that's the key to this, is just organisation. If you can pin and label, then you're away. Absolutely stunning. Joe, you're going to come with us after this hour. We're going to have another hour all about Kaffe. So if you fancy having a go at this, join us, or if you just want to look at the beauty, join us next hour. See you in just one moment.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. There are many ways you can watch Sewing Quarter. We are live every day on Freeview Channel 78 and online at sewingquarter.com from 8 a.m. till 12 noon. But if you've missed a show, don't worry. There are 2 easy ways to catch up. The first is through our website, www.sewingquarter.com, where we repeat that morning's shows throughout the day. On the homepage, you'll see our video stream. Click on the video to hear sound and see a list of the products that we have shown in that day's shows. The second way to catch up is on our YouTube channel. All our shows are kept on YouTube, so if you buy a product and want to see the demonstration again, you can. Go to www.youtube.com/Sewing Quarter, where you'll find all our shows listed by date. Select your preferred date. Then, using the description beneath the video, jump to the hour you want to watch. Then you can pause, rewind, play, and skip your way to the bits that you want to watch again. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter.
You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step. Join us on Sunday the 2nd of April when Jo Carter will be demonstrating how to make the super cute Panda Pop mini quilt. Jo will be showing a whole host of techniques and working with wonderful Joel Dewberry fabrics to produce a quilt fit for a little prince or princess. So join Jo and the Pandas on Sunday the 2nd of April at 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Welcome back. If you've just joined us this Saturday morning, then oh my goodness, we're halfway through such a treat here. We have managed to secure a Kaffe Fassett quilt for you to make, and it comes as an entire a quilting kit for you. So what you're getting in the kit is all of this material, absolutely stunning. That equates to 43 long quarters of these beautiful striped fabrics, 9 long quarters of the solids, and that's shot cotton, so you get that texture because within this you get the binding. You also get one huge sheet of Kaffe Fassett backing fabric, so there's no join in here, nothing. This is one entire sheet for you to back your quilt with. We've also put all the batting and wadding in there as well, so everything that you need is there ready to go. This is the monster of all deals for you. Just £275 gets you enough fabric and more to do all of this. So this is the man, £275. Now, we were saying earlier, you know, we are a new channel. We've just celebrated our 2-month anniversary. This is the kit here. And as such, we are still exploring stock levels, how much to bring you. Now, in the first hour alone, and we only launched this at 9 o'clock, half the stock has gone. Okay, so I'm not pushing you or anything like that. I'm just saying half of the stock has gone. We didn't know how much stock to buy because we've never done anything like this for you before. We know that when we've bought Kaffe Fassett material, you've gone crazy for it and absolutely wow. So this is a half moon quilt kit. The design is by a lady called Jodie Godfrey, who designs so many different quilts. She's a very talented designer in her own right. But what's used is the Kaffe Fassett material. Now, in the first hour, we put together the first row.
We did.
And it's just 3.5-inch squares.
It is. It's really simple to do. Once everything's labelled, you can just go and stitch it all together, and you'll see it come together really quickly.
If you missed the first hour, you can, of course, watch again on YouTube or on the site again. We've had some message in about the top right-hand corner. Oh, okay, yeah. When you first look at it, I'm going to say it again, if you missed the first hour, when we borrowed this quilt from the company that supplies the kits because it takes so long to make the whole thing. Yes, this is a half moon quilt. It is meant to be like that. There are those that went, hang on, and our boss was one, Simon. He went, no, it's the wrong, they've done it the wrong, no, that is it. And that's why it's like it's starting to be eclipsed. Yes. It's that effect, and that is the half moon. That's what this quilt is all about. It's 4 identical blocks with 1 spun. And that's it. So you get that light diffused effect because of using the beautiful striped fabric that's coming from Kaffe, and that's the effect that you're getting. That is absolutely... But of course, you could always spin it around and have it as a big sunburst almost, couldn't you?
You could.
It's entirely up to you. But as it stands, the design itself is to have it like that. I rather love that.
I do.
I really do. Now, in a matter of minutes, you did an entire row.
I did. I've pressed the seams, as it says to in the instructions, I've pressed the seams open. So this is the top row.
Let me show you where that's going to sit. So within each of the 4 blocks, we've done this top line now. And you're going to get 4 of these. So you'll make 4 of these. Now, Joe, what I didn't realise... Oh, look at that, just stunning. Do you know, the more I look at this, the more I love it. It's almost like... the colours are almost rich watercolour because of how it's... because of how the stripes work. It just captivates me. I love it. Absolutely love it. The entire quilt finish is 72 inches square. This is a big quilt. That's 182 centimetres. I have to give you that because I know quilters work in inches, but we have to do it. Let me just grab the box for you so you can see exactly what you're getting. When this arrives, I'll let you continue organise. In the first hour, you'll know, Joe... First thing she did was label, because in the instructions you get like a grid. I mean, it's like a paint chart, isn't it? But the first thing, the way to be successful in this quilt is to go through, these are all your instructions, and label all of your different fabrics. So you get over 50 different fabrics, and I think it's 52 different fabrics. 43 a stripe and 9 a plain cotton. I can't say plain, they're cotton shot.
Yes.
So they have that beautiful texture in them as well. So this is how it arrives. So when you get it, first thing to do is to go through, as Joe did, and label. I mean, I would probably be shot if I opened that up. I so want to get that up and go through it. I'm not going to. But look, this is all the material. Hey, do you know what?
Much.
It might be. These are all your solids there, and then all your stripes. I mean, gosh, this is just... There it all is. Just a thing of beauty. The bottom, when I flip that there, the bottom that you get, that bottom material there, that's the extra that you get of, was it VV or something?
It's TT.
TT.
I know these. I know them inside out now.
That is your TT fabric in your purple shot cotton, and that is your binding. So you get extra in there so you can do the binding all the way around. So you'll get that box. That's the actual box that you get. What a fabulous gift. If you have someone in your life that loves to quilt and this drops on their doorstep, you're going to be in their good books forever. Now, you see, you can buy this elsewhere, but you'll see that where it says not included is the 2 1/4 yards of 108-inch wide backing. We've included it. We've popped it in there for you, and that's what it looks like. And that undoubtedly Kaffe Fassett, isn't it? When you look at it, there is no doubting that is Kaffe. Also not included, if you just buy the box, would be your wadding as well. We've put that in. Now, this is 72 inches finished, so it says that you have to have at least 80 inches square of your batting or wadding. Which do we say in the UK? Because I know that...
I say batting, but I think that might be the American term for it.
Whichever way around, it's this. Yes. It's this stuff. So we've given you even more. But this is what I love about this. You get so much extra. So here we go. You're getting 90 inches by 96 inches of your warm and natural 100% cotton. So this is it. Your material is 100% cotton. Your wadding, batting is 100% cotton as well. So this is absolutely gorgeous. So a great project to get going on. Half the stock, as I say, has gone. We've done the first row. What do we do next?
I'm moving on to the second row. So again, following the key. I mean, it's really well laid out. You have this picture, so you know, move those to one side, what to work on next. And You could always, so you keep track of which row you're on, you could cover up the rest. So I'm working on this second row now. So I've done those first 3, and because these are all labelled up, theoretically I can easily lay my hands on each of the fabrics I need. So there, I'm on J.
So next is L.
So next is L. And it really is worth making sure all your fabric's labelled up so that you can, at this point, because you don't want to be, once I start sewing, I want to sew. I just want to get on with it, and yes, I don't want to have to mess around.
A lot of you messaging can't believe that this is a beginner's quilt. We say it's a beginner's because it's just squares. And that's what it says in the instructions too. If you're an experienced quilter, though, it's about the joy of working with such beautiful material, stunning fabrics, just in such an abundance of colour. It's just so stunning. To be able to work with Kaffe Fassett material surely is the holy grail of quilting.
It is. Such lovely quality and colour. It is. It's just beautiful material.
The man himself, of course, just an incredibly talented artist, be it in needlepoint knitting. I mean, goodness, he had in 1970, he had on the front of Vogue one of his knitted waistcoats.
I mean, he is so accomplished.
Yeah. He's designed costumes for the Royal Shakespeare Company. It seems to be that whatever he does, he just excels in. He's just one of those people that if he's going to do it, he does it to the absolute best. He's the only living artist that has ever had a sell-out exhibition at the Victorian Albert Museum.
He has such a distinctive style. You know
Kaffe when you see it.
You know his
You
work.
absolutely do. Now, last night you did a block. Let me show that again.
I did.
And that was in an afternoon/evening?
Yes. So it went together really quickly, and I'm quite
And is that because
slow.
of the organisation?
Yes, I think that played a large part in it. I like to, when I'm sewing, if I can, I like to take my time. So I wasn't speeding through trying to get that done at all.
I think if you're, you had a time factor.
I did.
Very much so, because we wanted it, and we wanted it now. But if you're buying this today, when you get it home, it's a matter of enjoying it. You know, enjoy the textures. For me, I just enjoy the colours. Just to be able to see the texture and the different colours, it's a pleasure to work with.
It is.
And just looking at, and when you look at the quilt, it's overwhelming the amount of colour in there. But you get to know, on a one-to-one level, each of these squares, each of these blocks, each of these different 52 different materials. You get to know and enjoy. And then you get that whole burst effect of colour at the end. Just stunning. But you've had the pleasure of looking at this piece of material here and saying that is just so beautiful as a piece of fabric in its own right. And then you get to team it with, next to that one, I'm not going to mess up your order, don't worry.
It's fine.
I can see you looking a little bit nervous there.
A bit anxious.
And that's what it is. It's a jigsaw.
It is.
I'm going to let you start
but
sewing
this
it.
reminds me of sort of seaside, beachy, summers, that beautiful, that stripe. Right, I will make the next one. So again...
So you pile them
up in order.
Yeah.
But again, you could photograph them if you're worried about getting them out of order before you've sewn them together. Take a quick snap. You can always delete it once you've sewn the row together.
This is one where I would have to shut my workroom door so the cats didn't come in and jump on it.
Yes, you wouldn't want the window to be open, maybe in a gust of wind.
No.
Although if they're all pinned together and labelled,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Plus, you can pick it up and put it down when you've got a moment, because if you label everything, you know where you're up to. You can just go in, do half an hour.
If the doorbell rings, you've got to go and pick up the kids or something like that. It doesn't matter. You've got to cook tea.
Yes, and just start again.
Now, you said to narrow your stitch length.
I don't reverse backwards and forwards at the ends. I just use a smaller stitch length, 1.8 to 2 millimetres, that sort of size. And then when you join the rows, you'll stitch across those so it'll secure the ends, and then with the quilting on top as well, all the stitching will be well secured.
Now, the quilting would be a whole other show, wouldn't it?
It would.
If you are an experienced quilter, that might be the bit that you absolutely love. If not, then you maybe you want to just start. You can, of course, if you could just follow the squares themselves and just do that. You could do. In fact, there you go. This has been beautifully done, and. If you're a beginner, we don't expect you to do that. But if you want that effect and you are a beginner, you can send it off. There are companies that will quilt that for you. So you can perfect your patchwork for the front, and then they will do all of that for you. So this is now... You've got your ingredients weighed out. It's like cooking, isn't it? You've got your ingredients laid out, and now it's just about mixing them. It's about putting them all together. And that's the stage. And this is the lovely, methodical, bit by bit, piecing it together.
It is. It's nice. Really I find it quite soothing, and it's just the colours. It's a happy process. But
I think you can already see this is really achievable.
It is.
You know, when I look at some of the blocks, and especially when there are triangles and things and this and that, and then you've got to cut things and swizz them around, I get lost. But this is 3.5-inch squares. That's all it is. So if I just show you bit by bit, you've got, that is your first bit, that's your first row. Then when Joe, I'm going to leave Joe to finish off that second row, then that gets sewn on. So you then get to the stage where you've done all of those and you end up with one of these. That's great. Repeat the process. You'll end up with 4 of these. You then put those 4 together and you end up with this. So it's literally one of those, do one of those, sew on to the next one, and you end up then with 4 of these big blocks that you then sew the next onto it together, and then you sew those 2 together and then sew them together. And that gives you this as an achievable project. That is why this is just a beginner's quilt. But my goodness, could you imagine if this was your first quilt? It would be incredible. This is what I aspire to. It's just absolutely stunning. It is an aspirational yet achievable quilt. But if you are someone who is an experienced quilter, then that's absolutely fine too. You can do whatever design you like. It then becomes about the material that you're using. This becomes about the joy of working with Kaffe Fassett material. And I'm going to talk to Jo in a minute about what you get left over in this. So this is the backing. This is your Kaffe Fassett backing. This comes in one whole sheet. So we're looking at 108 inches in width, selvage to selvage. That's 108 inches. That's I think it's 274 centimetres from there to there. The whole kit, £275. Now here, you can just see. So you get all of that lovely linear work there, and then you get. And this for me, you know, Kaffe is all about nature. The ways that he designs these things, put these things together. It's all about those natural colours, just beautiful, and about it all working. This is your kit, £275, over half sold now. So in the kit you will get the box with your 52 long quarters, which is basically fat quarters but cut the other way.
Yes.
So 43 of those are stripes. 9 of those are solid colours. I say solid colours, it's shot cotton. So the weft is one colour, the warp is the other. So even within that solid colour, you're getting texture. And you're getting that movement of colour from where it moves and you get that. Oh, it's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then we've given you the batting, wadding, whatever you want to call it, the batting. Everything is there. You get to piece this together. I cannot believe how this is coming together.
See, already we've done.
Is that easy?
It is. I'll press these seams open now and then I'll join them along the length. I did it that way just to keep track of where I was up to.
Let me move that out of the way then so that you can go and do the ironing. Now, this in itself is a skill, isn't it? Because it's pressing, not ironing.
It is. You don't want to move the iron about too much because it can distort your fabric and you want to keep the shapes.
And you don't want to steam either. Is
No.
that right?
Well, sometimes if you've got a stubborn crease or something you want to get out, you can use a bit of steam, a bit of spray. But the main point is you don't want to pull it around under the iron.
Well over half the stock gone here. So if you are... I realise that this is a considered purchase. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of you just going, what is Kaffe? It's Kaffe, and I'm getting a lot of Kaffe for my money here. You might absolutely... It might be the design, it might be the colours, it might be the half-moon design that's absolutely captured your imagination and thought of having that. This is where I want sort of an ultra-modern house and have a white wall and have that on the staircase leading up to do it justice. But it's equally going to look stunning thrown over a sofa on a big... Would this do king-size bed?
I'm not sure. I'm not good at...
I'd have to check all my sizings on that. But certainly this is 72 inches square. So that's a big size. If you're after centimetres, that's 188 centimetres. Something like that, I believe. So it is over 6 foot. Wow.
It's a big quilt.
Yeah.
And plus, if you're worried about machine quilting, you could it looked absolutely stunning, hand quilted. You could do it by hand. I mean, it'd be a labour of love, but if you're investing in this kit, why not?
But do you know what, though? For £275, I want to get my money's worth. Firstly, I'm getting my money's worth in terms of the material that I'm getting, the fabric that I'm getting, oodles and noodles, and it's Kaffe Fassett. I mean, gosh, that comes at a premium in itself. But secondly, I want to enjoy every step of this. The reason that we do these art forms is because we love the process.
Yes.
And this gives you a process. And if this is... blows my mind to think that this could be a first project, but it absolutely could be.
It could. It's really achievable.
And that's what we're seeing here, is just how achievable it is. I think you're so right. I think if I had to sum this up in 2 words, aspirational and achievable.
Yes, definitely.
So we've got 2 strips.
I'm going to join them together along the length.
Okay.
Some quilters don't use pins at all. I am on live TV, so I'm going to use pins. I'm not a big pin user, I have to say.
If you were at home, would you?
No. I didn't use pins to make that block.
And perfect it is. Absolutely perfect. So if you are just joining us going... Woo, woo, we've done this top layer here. We're now about to pin on the second layer. Hey, do you know what? This is the first time we've done a quilt of this magnitude and size on the channel. I mean, to be fair, we're only 2 months old.
Yes.
But to be able to bring this after 2 months, to be able to have the calibre of guest to break it down and explain it as clearly as Jo does, we're lucky. We're really lucky. Gosh, beautiful.
But whilst it is a pieced squares design, because of the stripes, it doesn't look like squares. The stripes, they graduate along, and it looks like rectangles. And
it looks far more complicated than it actually is. When I first looked at that, I thought, I don't even know where I would begin. And you're so right, it's because of having those stripes in there.
It is. There's so much detail in just purely through the stripes.
For me, it's the earthy tones. There's nothing garish about this. It is superbly stunning, but it's a richness. You know how some colours are just stark and cold? even the cold shades of these are warm. Do you know what I mean? It's you have warm and cold colours. So your reds and your oranges, they're all your warm colours. Purples can be warm, can be cool, depending on if you go for so for example, here, this sort of purpley colour here is a warm one because it's got a red undertone going through it, but your cooler ones have your blue tones going through it. But even these blues and the cooler ones, they're still earthy, which gives it a warmth. Does that make sense?
It does. Yes, it does. I know exactly what you mean.
But that's due to the quality of the dye. Now, this, all of these are yarn dyed. So that means that before it's woven, the yarn itself is dyed into the colour that is required. So that isn't just a colour that has been printed on top. It's that actually the yarn is that colour, which gives it longevity, less likely to fade if you wash it, less likely to run. And this is cotton, so it can be washed. So don't make it and then be afraid to use it. That would be a tragedy. Loads of you messaging in. Thank you so much. Max has messaged in. Thank you. She's trying to make a double wedding ring quilt. You see, that's complicated.
That is complicated.
That's really complicated. Good on you for trying that. I think I'll stick to squares.
I've never done a double wedding ring. It's on my list of things I'd like to try. Also, piecing things like this, it's important to get a good 1/4-inch seam, so it's worth practicing. This is great because I have the 1/4 inch.
It's actually got the edge on it, hasn't it?
It has a sort of a curb here, so you can keep consistent 1/4 inch. But yes, experiment. Have a practice first to make sure you are. Oh, what was going on then? I don't have a pin at the end.
And off we go. And this is going to be the first of our 2 rows together. There is something very satisfying about the order of this. Now, when you get to the end of this row, we're going to have a look at, if it's all right with you, what you get left over.
You do get quite a bit. See, I should have trimmed these threads. It's all terrible.
Because this is the joy as well, is that not only are you getting beautiful Kaffe Fassett material, but you get a whole load left over. Matching cushions.
Yes.
Instantly.
I mean, it's a generous amount of fabric.
It is, isn't it?
It is.
My producer has given me a warning. Please do check out your baskets. We appreciate it is a considered purchase, of course it is. But for the amount of fabric that you're getting, it is incredible value for money. And in my humble opinion, I have to say that. But, you know, it is. And the fact that it's coming as a kit, like a complete kit, not just the patchwork, it's coming as a quilting kit. So that means that you also get, and again, a generous amount. You get an extra 10 to 16 inches in addition to what you actually need of your batting. So you've got some of that left over as well.
Perfect if you're making toys. I always have batting scraps.
Well, it says that you have to use 80-inch square of batting for this. But on one of the sides, you're getting an extra 16 inches. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a cushion.
It is. That's a fab kit.
Wow. Oh, if everybody checks out their baskets, we will be very, very low on stock. So please give us a call to get this. 0800 112 4433. Basically upstairs, producer Paul can see how many of you have it in your baskets, how many of you are ringing through for it, which is why we can give you enough warning to say, look, if you want this, if you've got your heart set on this stunning, stunning quilt, if you are now happy that it is going to be a project that is manageable at any level, then please do check out. I hate having to do this, but it's just when we bring something this stunning, I don't want anybody to miss out. If you've really got your heart set on it, don't miss out on it, not at this price. Because otherwise, the only way you're going to get it is by trying to find the constituent parts yourself.
Yes.
And we can bring it at a great price because we've bundled it together for you. You know. Susan's messaging saying, what a beautiful quilt, she absolutely loves it. And just whilst we've been chatting and on air, I know it's not pressed, and you'll probably be upset for me holding it up because it's not pressed, but already it's starting to come together.
You can see the sort of diagonals forming, and then...
Diagonals give movement.
They do.
That's one of the things when I was studying art we were always told, if you want movement in your work, put it on a diagonal. And that's what you get with this. You get that movement of colour, you get that refraction of the colour spectrum there. In this half moon, it's heading towards an eclipse. Absolutely stunning. And that's the first 2 rows in this block. So you make 4 giant blocks. And this just demystifies the whole process for me. This is, wow, okay, so then I end up with 4 of these, and then I just have to sew those together.
We've got bits of thread. There we go.
Vicky, ever the perfectionist,
Yes. There's another one.
Right, now, so many of you are buying this today. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. I want to make sure you've got the right tools for the job, because let's face it, there would be nothing worse than working with this gorgeous fabric and then slipping when you cut. So let's make sure if you're making the investment, you've got the right tools. This is our creative grids. Now, we stock creative grids for a reason. I'll be honest, they're not the cheapest.
They're not.
They're not.
I've not used one actually before using them here, and I am absolutely sold on them now. The fact that they don't slip and...
The history of the company, when I looked at these online, I assumed it was an American company because most quilting things come from America, let's be honest. But actually, no, this is a company based in Leicester, started in Leicester. That's why you got the fox on each and every one of these. The fox is the symbol of Leicester.
Ah, of course.
And it's a Leicester company, so you've got a fox on every single one. It was a husband and wife combination. They started it out. They lived near a plastics company or something, or they had friends within the plastic industry, and they're like, what are you doing with all your leftover offcuts of plastics? And so they're like, oh, we can actually reuse those as these. And then their daughter came, Rachel Cross, came over and took over the business, and it has absolutely flourished since, because she has got patented things like the non-slip grip. Now you can see all the way around the edge of here this sort of opaque part. Now on this side, and you'll see here, there, when I spin the ruler around, that will give you all of your measurements with your seam allowance, so with your half-inch seam allowance. So if you are spending £275 on your quilt today, then make the cutting out easy and a joy to use. And then, so it's not going to slip, and so that means that you can absolutely cut with confidence, which you're going to need. You're going to be a whiz at cutting by the time that you've cut all the pieces for this. So that's that, $32.95, RDCQ 96, $23.95. But then, as we saw when you were cutting out earlier, it's handy to have a really little one, so you can just whiz along and cut out those 3.5-inch blocks. That's what this entire quilt is made from, is from 3.5-inch blocks. I don't even want to guess how many of those you're going to be cutting out. It's going to be a lot.
I could, yes, I'm not going to put myself on the spot.
Make it easy. Don't have just the big one to then wheel around. Make sure you've got a little one. This is a 6.5-inch, which is perfect if you're going to be making 6-inch finished blocks in the future as well. So future-proof yourself as well. $14.95 for that. RTCQ 48. Now, can we show how much fabric is left over? Because I know that's the thing.
Now, I've not quite cut all of them from fabric H, although I've got most of them. And this is fabric TT, so this is for the binding as well. So
okay,
I'll move
so we'll
that
put that to one side. Yeah.
But here, I have cut all the squares required to make that full quilt top.
So all of this is leftover fabric?
All of this, yes.
Are you kidding?
No, so some...
No way! All of that left over?
All of this.
Hang on. I need to warn you, stocks are running low. If you've got it in your basket, please ring up and check stock. Don't assume that it's just going to stay in your basket. Those who ring get preference. So please check out your basket or ring up to secure. I don't want anybody being disappointed whilst...
There's some... because there are more squares cut, for example, out of this one, so there's not as much. But this... See, as I was doing
I'm thinking...
I know.
You know what I'm thinking? Log cabin.
Absolutely.
Hello.
I love strip piecing.
Yeah.
And yes.
So, hang on. Just bring it all over here because, okay, this stuff we're going to use. That's all going to be used. That's all part of our quilt. This is what you get left over. I'm almost as excited about the amount that we get left over to think of all the other projects that you can do. Look at all this. So you get all of this extra kaffe. We've got 3 left.
Is that all?
3 left. 2 left. Gosh, it's like, oh, look at that. Hang on a minute.
I know.
Look at that. Wow. We will carry on the demo, don't worry, because, you know, you've invested, you need to see how this works. Although I think we've pretty much...
We've covered most of, yes, the piecing, certainly.
This is all your leftover fabric. 1 left. 1 left. This is all your leftover fabric. All of this is left over. Yeah, producer Paul's only just twigged what I'm saying. All of this...
So you can afford to lose a couple of squares as well. And you don't have to worry.
This is another one, just beautiful. Oh, gosh, look at it.
It is just beautiful. I love...
Oh, it's
I love the fabric.
Stunning. Do you know what? Thank you so much for everyone that's joined us again today. And Joe, thank you as well for making this possible. You've made sewing quarter history here today.
I've loved making this though. This has been such a lovely project to do.
Oh.
In fact, I've cut all the squares out. No,
You're going to finish it, aren't you?
Well, I might have to.
Might just have to do it. Look at this. So this pile here is part of your leftover. There's more over there. So if you have all of this left over and all of those strips as well, look, you've got all the strip, and that's left over after you have created that. Happy days, happy days. I'm going to show you it again. Right. 1 kit left. And I have to say, do you know what? I know some of you might change your mind, and that's absolutely perfectly fine. But as it stands at the moment, if it's in your basket, please give us a ring. More of you have it in allocation than we actually have stock. So it's... This is the bittersweet side of our job here. I am so completely thrilled that you love this as much as we do. We've had this hung in our office this week, and everybody that come in has just gone absolutely wow. For me, when I first looked at it, I thought it was the most complicated thing I had ever seen. I had absolutely no idea that it was just 3.5-inch blocks sewn together. That's it. That's it. That's it. But I think because of the detail of the fabric, you've got this absolute joy. Please do double check. Please do ring. We believe that this is now sold out. Congratulations if you've got it. In my opinion, you've got a stonking bargain here. If you didn't get it and you want it, please just do double check because somebody might change their mind. It might bounce back. You just don't know. 0800 112 4433. Who wouldn't want it? Absolutely stunning. Congratulations. Now, we will carry on. Oh, there we go. Now, have you just ironed that?
I have. I've just pressed that seam open.
And so all seams press open?
Yes. Okay. Although, if you're an experienced quilter and you have your way of doing it, don't... I mean, I know some people like to do it the way they like to do it. So, but yes, it does advise in a pattern.
Or it might be the way their grandmother taught them or something.
Yes.
There's always that way, isn't it? Oh, I don't do it like that. Well, that's fine. As long as you get that finished product and you're happy.
Yes, you will.
Don't mind.
Absolutely. So, and that's... I mean, this is a 1/6 of a block, is it? So they do come together.
1/6 of a block, and you've got to do that 4 times over. Yeah, do you want, hold one end, and let's get this. Oh, I just love this. Look at that. Ooh.
So yes, 4 of these, and then you'd want to join them two at a time, and then along.
Awesome.
And yeah. And that's the quilt top done.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I do.
I am Okay, so the way that it works here is that we only released the stock for this at 9 o'clock. And which means that actually, because I'm stood here, I can't buy one.
No.
That is the downside to our job, is that actually it's bittersweet because looking at it, because you've shown me how to do it, I'm like, actually, I would have done that.
Yes.
I would have absolutely done it. Let's have a look at tools of the trade, because what I am realising massively is that these projects become enjoyable when you have the right tools.
Yes.
Otherwise, I would feel nervous about cutting. So whether you're going for the creative grids today or whether you're after a rotary cutter. Now, do take a look on the website as well, because we do have lots of different rotary cutters. You might want a Pretty Fiskars one with the geometric print and, you know, brilliant. Or you might want to go for Clover. Both very well-respected, known brands. This is your Clover rotary cutter here. It's got the soft touch grip there. And it's $14.95. So there we go. Grab yourself a rotary cutter. Grab yourself a good quality rotary cutter. Grab... That's the one, actually, so many of our guests use now. I'm going to talk very quickly about other tools of the trade, because the Wonder Clips... you said earlier you can Wonder Clip instead of pinning.
Yes, if you don't want to put pins through them, Wonder Clip them together. And...
Okay. We do two different sizes of Wonder Clip here. We do the little ones and we do the jumbo ones. Now, the jumbo ones are going to be absolutely invaluable when you come to do the binding around the edge of your quilt. And here's why. Because on the back of the quilt, and this is why they're called Wonder Quilts, to my mind.
They do.
I don't know if you can see, but on the back here, if I just spin that there, can you see these? These marks here give you every 1/4 inch measured. So if you're lining the back of your binding up and you want it to be a certain amount in from the edge so that you've got an even binding all the way around, then you can measure it with your Wonder Clips.
It's so handy to have those
Isn't
measurements
that great?
on. It is.
This is something that's been thought about.
Ingenious tools, and yeah, they're great.
Oh, amazing. Just amazing. So yes, do grab those. If you have bought the kit, it was an investment, you know. It was £275 for the kit.
But to make an heirloom piece, yes.
And actually, if you were buying a piece of art that size, you know, when you put it like that,
yeah,
it's a bargain.
It is.
But we do realise that you have invested. You're going to invest time. You're going to invest your money, and you're going to invest a lot of love into making this quilt. Give yourself the best possible chance of making it as stunning as possible, and that is just simple things like the tools. Getting a Creative Grids ruler, perfect. Now, what do we do next?
Just carry on.
Yay!
And I did it so that I made a row and joined it on, and made a row and joined it on, just so I kept track of them. And you could make all the rows and just label them 1 to 12 and then sew them all together in one go. It's however people have their methods, however you prefer to do it. And yes, the blocks come together so quickly. I've really enjoyed putting and just seeing the pattern emerge and the diagonals, and then these sections which are formed by the stripes, the different widths, and the way they graduate. It's lovely. I love to see a project coming together.
For me, I so get everything that you've said there. For me, it's actually working with each of the individual fabrics.
Yes.
Each of these individual fabrics. Just when I was going through showing you what you had left over, because you're suddenly, when you're working with this, realising how much you've got left over to then make other things. And that's suddenly the joy of it. So actually, you can have, maybe you want a blue and purple hue cushion, and you've got enough for that. Maybe you want some of the yellows to then work. It's just gorgeous. So it's the individual fabrics that you're working with which really make this an absolute joy. You're back tomorrow, aren't you?
I am.
Are we ever letting you go home?
No, I'm trapped in the building now.
We know we're on to a good thing. We're not letting you go. With the Panda.
With the pandas, yes.
This is another one, isn't it? You know, this is the Panda Pop quilt was another one that sold out like that.
It did.
Just gone.
Really quickly.
If you missed out on the Panda Pop, because this is the other thing, if I give you the heads up now, then you'll know tomorrow to tune in to grab your Panda Pop. Because like I say, when the way that we work here is that we withhold our stock. So if you ever go on the website and something is unavailable, it means it's safe for a show. So it's always worth watching. And that's why this was released only at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Tomorrow, what time is your Panda Pop show? 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
So I think it's 10 o'clock anyway. So at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and I will just grab hold of this. Thank you very much. At 10 o'clock tomorrow, these little chaps are back. Yay! Just gorgeous. In fact, you know what? I think this is actually probably harder to make than the Half Moon.
Yes, it probably is. It's not difficult, and there are techniques and ways of doing it, but yes, it's not as easy to put together as this one.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It
Absolutely
is.
Crazy. So if you've got any questions for Jo, and we had questions on our Q&A with our Facebook Live yesterday. Thank you very much for everyone that got involved with that. Then questions tomorrow. You just need to do this. So head on to the website and go to Watch Live. So that little top left, Watch. And there we are, Watch Live there. And then scroll down, message the studio. And any questions that you've got, you can get in touch with. That goes straight through to Producer Paul, only it won't be Producer Paul tomorrow, it'll be Producer Hannah tomorrow. Will it? Oh, no, it will be. Oh, it's me that's not here tomorrow. Normally, I just work with Producer Paul. It's when our days get mixed up.
It's easy to... I lose track of... is it the weekend?
Apparently so. So I hear. But you can email the studio there. So that's message the studio. If you want to email, if you've got a great long thing, because characters are capped on that. If you've got a great long email, then info@sewingquarter.com, and then just below all the items. So if you want your creative grids, they're on there for you. If you want your wonder clips, they're on there. If you want the ginormous cutting mat, that's on there. That was fabric from the first hour, which seems like days ago now.
I love those letters.
Quite fun, aren't they? Do you know? Okay, so just we had the alphabety spaghetti, as I like to call it. It's not called that, but that's what I like to call it. And then we've gone from that to cave. Next hour we're organising you. Tomorrow we've got pandas. Yep. There's a great diversity within the realm of sewing, isn't there? It's just
absolutely
huge.
And there's something for. I think there's something for everyone. There is, if you want to be technical and mathematical, even there's projects for that. Or if you just want something relaxing and soothing and not repetitive in front of the TV, there's something for that. I am a big I'm quite evangelical about sewing. I think it's just everybody should do it.
Everybody should. Now, the back of the quilt. Can we just work out how to put that back? Can you talk us through how we would put the backing on such a big 72-inch quilt here?
Once you've done the quilt top, give it a good press. Same with, you want to press the backing fabric thoroughly. And you need a big space, really, to lie it on the floor. And there are different ways to baste the quilt sandwich. So you lie your backing fabric down, wrong side up, and then your batting over the top, and then right side up, your quilt top.
Right.
And then you need to secure the 3 layers together so they don't shift about whilst you quilt it. And there are ways to do this.
To be fair, mine would probably be with a cat in each corner.
You have to shut the door, I found, to keep the cat out. Because they see something soft and warm, and they're in it. Sometimes my cat, as I'm quilting, will just make himself comfortable on the quilt I'm putting through the machine. So you make your quilt sandwich, and you need to baste the 3 layers together to hold them.
Right.
So this is temporarily holding them together whilst you quilt it.
We actually had yesterday. We had on a quilting spray, a basting spray.
Yes.
Which is a repositionable spray, and then it will hold it. And then if you want to pin it, you can, but otherwise it should hold it enough for you to then quilt if you're doing the quilting. Otherwise, send it off.
Mm-hmm. And also, when I lay the backing fabric down, I actually tape the sides of it to the floor and just pull it as taut as possible before I then put the batting on top and the quilt top, just to make sure it's absolutely flat on the bottom. And then, yes, you can hand quilt it, send it off to someone to be quilted, or machine quilt. The options are endless, really, with quilting. You can do whatever design you want, whatever method you want.
I think if it were me, now I want to show you the back actually, because, and I'm going to lift it here. I mean, look at the intricacy here. That has been quilted. Now, obviously, if you're a beginner, you're probably not going to do that. Although, actually, with some of our sister magazines, they do actually give you a template for such things, and you can draw it on, and then you can do that. I mean, gosh, by the time that you finish this, you'll be an expert in your free motion. But there's no reason why, if you wanted to, if you were worried, you could just follow the lines and just do it like that. You don't have to be all fancy schmancy, as beautiful as that is. If that's not where you're at, then don't do it. And if you want to do that quilting, do you know what? That's what I love about it. There is no right or wrong. It's whatever level you're at. Oh, just gorgeous. I am so envious of all of you that managed to get this. Well done. Well done. Now, we've shown how to do this, and I think, if we show you any more, it will be repetitive, because it's sewing blocks together. So you sew a row, sew them together, repeat. And that's how you will get the entire quilt. But what I am worried about now is to make sure that you've got the right tools. So we just very, very quickly recut. And then that's our 2 hours.
It's flown by, yeah. I know. Because there is quite a bit of cutting, it is really worthwhile having the right equipment to do it, and cutting mat, rotary cutter, and good rulers. This one. Okay. We stock creative grids for 2 reasons. Firstly, they're brilliant. Secondly, they're brilliant. That's it, really. So you can see the white marks here give you your inches. So if you just want a plain 3-inch square or whatever, line it up, cut it. But they've got a patented swivel technique, spinning around, and actually what you get instead are the black marks. And these black marks here give you, because as a quilter, you invariably will do a 1/2 inch. Something at something and a 1/2 inch, because that 1/2 inch is your seam allowance. So they know that at Creative Grids. They understand how quilters actually work, rather than it being a whole load of men in suits going, well, just produce something plastic, it'll be fine. These are actual quilters making for quilters. And you see that actually with their stable of designers that they have that design all the different shapes for quilting. They are all our quilters. So on here, you've got your 1.5, 2.5, 3.5. But it gets better than that, because here, you'll see here, this opaque part, let me put it behind a dark, this opaque part here, this is a 1/2 inch of your non-slip, your grip, which means your fabric isn't going to move. Over here, it's 1/4 of an inch this side, 1/2 an inch this side. So it's really well thought out. And that non-slip grip is all the way round. And you've also then got your little circles of it as well. So your material is staying absolutely put. There's no sliding off or anything as you cut it. And that's vital when you're cutting through fabulous material like your Kaffe. You don't want it slipping around anywhere. And then the smaller one as well. And these would be, to my mind, the first 2 sizes to get if you're starting out quilting, or maybe you just want to. My husband says buy cheap, buy twice. Absolutely.
And so, $14.95 gets you a 6.5 inch by 6.5 inch. The reason that it is brilliant is because of this embedded non-slip grip in there. So that's not, some have like little plastic bits that drop off, little rubbery bits that drop off. None of that. This is staying on there for good. And you've got your inches, your 1.5 inch measurements. You've got it in black and white, so no matter what colour material you're working with, it's going to show through. So $14.95, RTCQ 48 gets you that. Thank you so much, everyone, for being involved in the show today. Kay, thank you very much for your message. It's been an absolute privilege working with, well, firstly with you, but also with this calibre of material. I mean,
yes. Can you tell I'm really enthusiastic? I've really enjoyed doing this. It's been great.
When this arrived through your doorstep, on your doorstep, broke your doorstep, there's so much. What was your first thought?
Well, just immediately to open it and have a look and have a feel, because the feel of it, everything, it's just lovely. I mean, I'm a fabric enthusiast anyway, but this is really lovely fabric.
It's up there, isn't it?
It is.
Kaffe Fassett, we salute you, you incredible man. Now, to get in touch today, and we do love to hear from you, here's how. On the website, you have to watch first. Soz about that, but you've got to watch. Go to the watch, and there we are live. Underneath is the Messenger Studio. And that comes straight through to producer Paul, who's there having a little chat with you all. Or, if you've got lots to say, you want to send him pictures of your makes, and we do like to see pictures of your makes.
I loved seeing the goose and the bunny
yesterday. We had yesterday, they're amazing. Then you can do that by emailing us, and that's info@sewingquarter.com. Awesome. Did I say info? Studio@sewingquarter.com. Helps if I know. And then below there is everything else that we've had on the shows that we've got stock of. The things that have sold out aren't there, obviously, because that would just be teasing you and mean.
It would.
Now, Jo, back with us tomorrow.
I am.
I think we're going to see you with big bags under your eyes, because I reckon you're going to make the rest of this tonight. Well, certainly another block.
Possibly. I don't think I can resist. Once I get started on something, I like to
see it through to the end.
I like to get it done. Having a part block, it just doesn't feel right.
Is that going to get done then whilst I'm on air with Sammy?
Maybe. I might go and settle myself at the sewing machine outside.
Thank you
thank you
much. Sammy Claridge is up next, so she's going to get us organised. Okay.
No, organisation is the key.
Yeah, absolutely. So stay with us for our last live hour this morning, and let's get organised with Sammy. See you in a minute.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts. Join us on Sunday the 2nd of April when Jo Carter will be demonstrating how to make the super cute Panda Pop mini quilt. Jo will be showing a whole host of techniques and working with wonderful Joel Dewberry fabrics to produce a quilt fit for a little prince or princess. So join Jo and the Pandas on Sunday the 2nd of April at 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do an ease stitch. It's very similar to our running stitch here, but the purpose of it would be different. So I've kind of mocked the head of a sleeve here. 9 times out of 10 you will have to ease the top section of your sleeve. So this is the stitch that you would do that with if you were going to do it with hand. So I'm going to use the embroidery thread. I've just popped a knot on the end again just so it doesn't pull through. Normally you wouldn't do it with embroidery thread. So on your sleeve, normally these sections will need to be kept as they are because it's only this section here that we need to be working with. So I'm going to be doing a running stitch quite close to the edge of the fabric. I'm just going to do the quick method here where you're pulling the needle through the fabric while keeping it on the same needle. So I'm going to stop there and then pull that all the way through like so. So you can see that I've got just that section sewn there, and then as I begin to pull you can see that I'm easing the head of my sleeve in. So when that is stitched, these curves should disappear. They shouldn't be there because you've eased the bigger section into a smaller section on the clothing. So that's easing.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Well done. For everybody that managed to get the Kaffe Fassett quilt last hour. Now, change of pace this hour for you. We're getting you organised. Let's face it, if you are a quilter, if you do anything like that, what you need is a good ironing board cover. So I'm afraid we are coming back down to earth quite rapidly and going, hey, do you know what you're going to need to iron? Let's get you an ironing board cover to be proud of. Let's get you organised. Let's get you sewing machine caddies. Let's get you organised and good to go so that when you do sit down to make beautiful things, you are so ready and you're coordinated. Now, what we've done for you today is to bundle fabric for you. We haven't done it like this before. In the past, we've bundled you half meters and given you lots of different colours or what have you in it. But what we've done for you today is given you a huge amount of fabric and given you a great discount on it. So you've got a choice of 3 fabrics in 2 different sizes. You can go for 2 meters or you can go for 4 meters. Now, if you're buying the 4 meter, that should come in each of these at £47.60. But because we're giving you a great big clump of it, 4 meters of it, we can bring that price way down to £34.95. We like that sort of a saving. So you're saving £12.65. It's like a quarter, isn't it? It's good. Excellent. So the one that you can see on your screen at the moment is the Dashwood Rain or Shine blustery print. Let's show you what 4 meters of that looks like. Sammy, I might need you. I've got Sammy with me this hour. Woohoo! Who's just going to show you, help show me, show you. Do you remember those adverts with the cute puppies?
Feels like a bit of an Andrex moment, doesn't it?
But with fabric. Yeah, that's 4 meters. I don't know why I've got to shout, but I feel you're a long way away.
Far away from me today.
That's what you're getting. That's your 4 meters. Poor floor manager Amy said to me, should have had a little bit of trouble folding it to put on the stand because there's so much of it. Well, that and she's tiddly tiny. So to wrangle 4 meters of fabric, she's done well. Oh, look at this pro. Here we go. This is the way it should be done.
It's like working in a fabric shop, can't you? There we go.
Saving £12.65 on 4 meters of fabric. Yes, please.
Yeah. It's almost the price of a metre, isn't it? So you're almost getting a metre free.
Yeah, you are almost getting a metre free. That's awesome. It's nearly a quarter off. 4 meters. We've never done this for you before. Oh, what a treat. See, it's worth joining us on a Saturday, isn't it? Now, it's the 2 metre. 2 metre, obviously half the 4 metre. Clearly, we don't need to throw that out for you. There is a saving on this, not as much as if you're buying the 4 meters. But there is a saving in it. So the 2 metre bundle should be £23.80, but we've brought it to you for £19.95. So still cracking value, absolutely brilliant. And this applies to all 3 different fabrics that we've got for you today. So whichever one you're going for, and that's the thing, you know, I don't know about you, but I quite like to have things a bit matching, you know, a bit coordinated, and that's what you're going to have the pleasure of having when you buy one of these fabrics. Do you want to see the cats? Got to show you the cats. Again, available in either 2 or 4 metres. I know that you are complete animal lovers out there. This is what 2 metres of cats looks like, just in case anyone was wondering. Oh! Do you want to have a look at that? Now, actually, this is all dressmaking suitable material as well, because it's 100% cotton.
I really want to make a shirt out of that.
Yeah, you see, Sammy's got her eye on this for a cat top. You could make a cat camisole.
Oh, you could.
A cat cami. 4 metres, again, this is where you're making your mega saving. This is where you're getting almost a metre for free. We've never done it like this before. So again, you know, we're trying things out. How do you like your material? There's even a cat with a cone of shame on it on this. I love that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And then the last fabric that we've got, I really like. It's not that I don't like the others, but it's really pretty. We've also got for you this one. Sorry, I didn't realise that you were back looking at me. There we go. 4 metres, 2 metres again, available. I want a jacket out of that. It's good, isn't it? So this one, let's give you the 4 metres, because that's where your mega saving is. This is your Dashwood. This is Cuckoo's Calling Clocks on navy, 4 metre bundle, £34.95. Sammy, you started out dressmaking. Yep. 4 metres of fabric. What can I make for 4 metres of fabric?
Full circle skirt dress, probably. 4 metres is more than enough to make pretty much anything. You can make a top and skirt with that. Make a full circle skirt with a, you know, like a bandeau top or something.
So we're not dressmaking today, but if you do have dressmaking in mind, then obviously, as Sammy says, 4 metres is ample. Yeah. Absolutely ample. What we are making today, I promised to organise you. My mum would say nothing new there, then she's been organising everyone since she was about 2 years old. But organising in a nice way. So within this pack, you've got all sorts in here, which is why we've brought you the material, the size that we have. There we go, let me turn that around for you. So let's start off up here. You've got this massive wall organiser. That's a bit good, isn't it? You've also got sewing machine cover. You've got your little caddy thing so you can keep everything there for you, nice and easy, even down to your pin cushion. We're making this today, which is your little roll-up organiser. You've even got a sewing ham that you can make. And you've also got here your ironing board cover. There is nothing worse than trying to iron and having a rubbish ironing board cover. Get your insole bright out. Get making your ironing board cover. Nice. So these are the patterns. How much is that? £8.95. That's excellent, that is. I'm going to take that with me and that, but I'm going to leave the ironing board here. But this is, look, you might recognise that pattern there. And this is a mega big iron. That's your Dashwood Rain or Shine. Perfect for this kind of project. Oh, look at it. Look at it looking all swanky there. You know, Sammy, when I said to you earlier, when you said that I could borrow it. Yes. And I said, oh no, but my iron is like I've got a big, I've got that one. It's the big one.
Yeah.
So to make everything in this pattern, you actually need 11 metres.
I think so, yes.
You wanted to make everything in there.
I don't think you'd need to make everything in the same fabric. What they've done and what we've done actually is use 2 of the fabrics so that everything coordinates. So we've paired this blustery one, blustery, with the Cuckoo's Calling, because it's the nice blues toning beautifully.
Blues, yeah. Shall I show you what we're making? It's like a little secret package.
It is, isn't it? It's really cute.
So
This is exactly as you get in the pattern.
So there you go. There's your rain or shine. Is it rain or shine?
Rain or shine, blustery.
Blustery Madubery. We'll get that name right in a minute. Blustery Madubery. Oh, it's down there. Yeah, there you go. Rain or shine. Oh no, rain or shine, blustery. It's got all of it.
Yeah,
we're all
everything.
right.
We're okay. We're covering all bases.
It's like Christmas.
I know. Isn't it gorgeous?
And this is what we're making. Before Sewing Quarter, did you used to go on workshops, teach workshops, things like that?
Yeah, I'm always travelling with bits and bobs to sew. I sew on the train if I go anywhere.
And so this is what you can be doing.
Yeah.
So something to put your pins, needles, scissors, anything you like.
Reels of thread if you need them, yeah.
Makeup brushes.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to. Anything,
Yeah, well,
really.
it doesn't have to be, does it? You know, it doesn't have to be for
no.
this. Fab. This is what we're making. We are organising. Using the patterns there. Patterns at £8.95. How do we get going?
So I've already cut a few of my pieces. So what we're going to do first is I'm going to cut some bias binding, because again, we're making our own. They suggest purchasing it. I wanted to make it all match. Obviously.
They obviously don't know that we have bias binder makers here at Sewing Quarter. Yes.
So yes, I think, again, we haven't included that quantity in how much you'd need to make it, but, you know, you don't, as I say, you wouldn't get around to making everything all at once of the pattern, but if you buy enough to get ready, if you want to make everything to match, then by all means do. But I had enough left to make my own bias, and as I say, I wanted it all to match beautifully, so that's what I did.
No, you made a very good point when we were talking about this fabric earlier, is that this isn't Dashwood's latest designs, which means that this is limited.
Yes.
So, and we have limited stock of it. So
in fact, when I saw that you had the cuckoo clocks, I bought some.
Well, that's just it, because you're not going to... We have bought up...
No, I can't get it anymore.
We've bought up and you run an online shop, and you can't get hold of it because...
No.
You can't, because we have it.
Yes, because you've bought it all.
We've got it. So when our stocks are gone, that's it, it's gone.
Yeah.
You know Dashwood as a company very well.
Yes, I do.
They do not do reruns of prints.
No, they will print. They'll print an initial run to order pretty much for the quantity that people order, and then they'll print a little bit more. But then once that collection's gone, like with most fabric companies, that's it. They don't keep printing year after year after year.
Then becomes
they have a
limited,
range of nice kind of stash builders in the twist and the flurry, but and they carry on printing the same colours. But collections like these come in and go out, and that's it.
So actually, we've been very lucky to be able to get hold of it.
Yes.
So if these have been collections that you've seen in the past and absolutely loved, now is probably going to be your last chance.
Yeah, I would say so.
To stack up on it. Stock up on it. And this is the first time that we've done this to you, and this is another reason that we can do this for you at such an amazing price. So you're getting Dashwood Studio incredible quality cotton at an amazing price.
Yeah.
4 metres, and we've taken over £12 off the price.
Which, yeah, like I said, effectively means you're getting...
Thank you very much.
Almost a metre for free.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant.
I'm happy with that. What are you doing?
I'm just setting out all my fabric. I'm getting to make sure it's all at 45 degrees. I'm using the lines not only on the mat to help me lay out my fabric, but then I'm using the 45-degree line on my ruler to help me make sure that I actually cut 45 degrees to the grain of the fabric.
This is where using your mats and your cutting tools, they just work hand in hand, don't they?
They do.
Excellent. And what size strip are we cutting?
I'm going to do what I usually do, which is like a 2-inch.
Okay.
A 2-inch strip, because we're using a 25. I'm using a 25mm bias binding maker, which means you need to cut 5.
Yeah.
50mm. I'm trying to use the same thing. 50mm strips of fabric in order to get them on the bias. Get them through your bias binding maker.
It's been a little bit of a day of it. I'm being told to tell you that the cat's going to sell out. When it's gone, it's gone. Which bundle? In the 4 metre bundle. So many of you go for the cats. It was always going to be the cat. You need it. Oh, yay. So if you want to get the 4 metre bundle, if you want to get that £12.65 saving, please do check out your basket. 0800 112 4433. Otherwise, you will be able to get it in 2 metres, but you are paying slightly more for it. So this one, the 2 metre bundle, is £19.95. So you are still making a few pound saving there.
Yeah.
Which is nice, don't get me wrong. Happy with that. So how much are you actually paying? What? So £19.95, and it should have been £23.80 is what it should have been. So, saving about 15% there. Thank you very much. I'll take that on a Saturday. WKGC06, and the meters, if you want the 4 meters for the pretty cats, it's pretty much sold out, so you need to phone 0800 112 4433 just to check if there's any last minute that you can just grab hold of, but otherwise it's available in the 2 metre, £19.95. All 3 materials were available in 2 and 4 metre bundles. Awesome. So the 4 metre, and the price is the same on all of it, which makes life easy. I like that.
Yeah.
£34.95, so £12.65 saving on that. Awesome, that's nearly a quarter. Happy. NTGC 62, I think, was the last. 67. And that's available in 2 and 4 metres. But your 2 metre bundle, £19.95. It's Saturday.
Yeah.
It's got to be done, hasn't it?
It does.
I'm trying to think what I would make out of that cuckoo calling fabric.
What wouldn't you make?
No, I want a dressmate with it.
Yeah.
Because that's the amount of fabric that we're actually getting.
I've seen a lot of people in kind of 1950s style dresses made out of that. I think it looks...
Sort of tea dresses?
Yeah, like tea dresses. Look so pretty. I think also because it's a darker colour with the dressmaking, it's going to be really flattering.
Yeah.
And also, a bit like with most Dashwood prints, you don't really notice until you get really close to it exactly what it is. It just looks like a pretty print.
Pretty print, but then you've got the detailing
because
on
they
there.
always pick really well their colours to make sure they look
My
dainty.
next door neighbour she's joined a slimming club or whatever. She's lost 5 stone.
Wow.
And now I often see her out and about in little tea dresses because she's so thrilled.
She's so happy.
Amazing.
Oh, that's so
she
lovely.
would love that. She would absolutely love that. And that's what you get when you get a big bundle like this. We're talking dressmaking, but actually, what a great way to coordinate and get yourself organised, which was what I actually promised you today, was to get organised. We digress with talk of dresses. Yes, I do. Here we go. So this is... I love this big wall organiser.
I know, me too. That's what I wanted to make.
That's a bit special, isn't it?
But,
so this is your big wall organiser
They requested something a little bit smaller.
I keep for all my jewellery.
Yes.
For the shows and whatnot.
You do?
Yeah. I've got something very similar to this,
out there,
but with like a hanger on. So it's almost like it's on a hanger top, and so there's a fabric behind, and then like a plastic, and which give little compartments so that I can see all my jewellery and all my earrings and bracelets and this and that. I could do that with this.
Yeah.
Well, that's brilliant. Because actually, I bought them cheap, and they're buy cheap, buy twice. I can hear my husband already, and they're starting to rip. Not that, I've put too much in them. But so actually, it's time I made my own.
Well, also,
is
yours all clear?
No, it's got like a white behind it.
Yeah. Well, how much more fun would it be if you had
so much
even
more fun.
Even just the blustery behind, because it would mean you could see things better.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, yes, the blustery would be perfect for that.
Would be really pretty.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it'd be better than the dark actually for my jewellery.
It's neutral enough, but obviously it's still got a little bit of a. I think that's what I like about.
We're solving my problems.
I know.
What are you going to make at home when you get all of this? So far we've thought of tea dresses and all of your storage needs. Having just bought a new ironing board. And I blame you lot for that, making me do so much ironing and do more sewing. And I just got fed up with my old clunky one. So actually, a new ironing cover would be great. That's the Rain or Shine blustery. So for 4 meters, £34.95. ironing board covers are really expensive to buy, and you're not going to use all 4 meters on that, are you?
No, absolutely. And the ironing board cover is so easy to make. That's so easy to make, so simple, and it's you know, why have such a you know, they do make you know, vaguely interesting ones these days, but why, when you can have one to match everything else in your sewing room?
That makes me happy.
Yeah, it makes me happy too. I like matchy.
Right, I need to actually ask you what you're doing over here.
Sorry, I'm going to show you once I've done it, because sometimes it's easier to demonstrate.
Chatting.
So all I've done is I've joined my strips of bias. So they're the strips I cut. So I'm going to show you. I've done most of them. I just need to get some done. So what you will get when you've got all your strips cut out is that what you will have is that you'll have your pieces that want to match each other. So that's what you want to have.
Yeah.
So what you need to do, and I've saved these ones till the end on purpose, because obviously we've got a strip so you can see what happens. A strip of a different colour. We want to turn that at 45 degrees to the original one.
And then right sides to right sides?
Right sides to right sides. And what we want to do is you want to make sure that you don't have to leave that much space. You can leave a smaller amount of space, but you want to make sure that your corners line up beautifully, and that you stitch along the same on both, leaving the same amount of seam allowance on both pieces.
I'm with you.
So what happens is, if you don't do that, which I did back here, you get a slightly wonky...
What?
A slightly wonky one. Yeah, so you'll see, I cut that knot slightly perfect. I veered off the edge, so you can see that's now got a little bit overhanging.
So just unpick and...
So I would have unpicked up and just shifted it slightly so that they matched up a bit better. But with this one, we should be able to get a really neat match by making sure that we line up the edge of that.
And the reason that we're doing this is so that we can use our bias tape maker.
Yes.
To do our own bias binding. Because let's face it, otherwise you would have to go and find bias tape, which is expensive to buy pre-made and pre-done.
Expensive to buy.
And it might not be in the same colour, might not be the right colour, you might not have enough of it, you might run out. How many times have you just have 5 centimetres left to do? Sammy's getting really quite cross about this. She was quite passionately about this.
I do feel quite passionate about bias binding. I find bias binding that you buy in the shops really bad quality.
Oh no!
It's really, they often use well, it depends, cotton and polycotton, both the same really, but they often use a very loose weave of cotton. I'm sure it's because they think
which means
it doesn't matter. But actually, if you're going to be going around the corner of something, you want a similar quality of product to the thing that you're making.
Yeah.
So by cutting your own bias binding, it absolutely matches perfectly what you're doing. You can match it up. There's many more colours of plain fabric than there are bias binding colours out there. And you can make it in any fabric that you want with a bias binding maker. It doesn't have to be cotton. It can be, for instance, if you're doing satin bias binding, I used to find particularly frustrating to find in lots of colours, because I used to do millinery. Lots of people know I've said that before. And to bind the edge of millinery, you have to have, perfect colours, and it doesn't. So yes, I'm passionate about making my own bias binding.
See this.
I'm sorry, I will let it. I'll let it go now.
It's, I feel this is your soapbox moment, Sammy. I didn't realise quite how passionately you feel about bias binding.
But I use it for everything. I use bias for facings. I use it for, as I say, for my millinery work, for all sorts, and for all sorts of craft projects. You generally use it. So
we've touched a bias nerve here.
So this was made for you then, really, wasn't it? Well, I honestly, the day that I found a bias binding maker, I was cock-a-hoot. So excited.
Yeah.
I'd always been folding it myself before, but...
No, this is what Sammy has got so excited about.
Life-changing haberdashery tools.
Look, if only all problems were solved by splashing out $11.95, we're all happy. If only your husband knew. That was all it took. $11.95, and you are cock-a-hoot. Cock-a-hoot. There we go. 25 mil. Okay, so the way that this works, this is your bias binder maker. That means 25. That coming out of here will be 25. That width there is 25 mil. But you have to put in a 5 centimetre or 50 mil width there, because it's going to fold it in half. Now you then fold it again in half when you bind, which gives you a 12 mil edge to your work. Is that clear, or clear as mud? It's going to be clearer when it's done. Right, okay. clever design, clever know their stuff. Is it all right for me to start this end?
Yeah, carry on,
yeah. Sammy's like, yeah, somebody else putting my binding, do it.
Just making sure I've got that far.
So you've cut it on a 45-degree angle, which is easy for me, so I'm just going to start to stuff it through there. Actually, we're using the dashwood rain or shine. I'm just going to snip off those little... This is what happens, isn't it? In the office, I steal your scissors all the time.
Yep.
I just steal those.
It's all right. Steal them any time, as long as you're giving me a hand.
No, I'm helping. I'm
helping.
Honestly
You are
helping.
No, she is
Promise.
helping.
So this is your edge. You cut it at a 45-degree angle, and then you just start to stuff that into there. Now, you see, if you have any trouble in getting that to move through there, they know about this, Clover, so they've given you a little groove there to just pull that material through, work it through, and then, it comes out the edge there. So then, just pull it through a little bit. And what you want to do is make sure, you can see there, I haven't quite got that lined up right. I've got more on one side than I've got on the other. That will give you a wonky binding. Don't want wonky binding. Sammy will be cross. And we do not
Apparently
want...
it's not taking much today.
The wrath of Sammy. She's laughing now, but you know. So there we go. Make sure that it's... Can you see even both sides? There's even like a little groove to stop it going any further. That means I'm going to get a nice even binding. I am going to get a nice even binding. You can have the little top up there. Iron. Move. Iron. Whoop. And I love that. And so you just keep making your binding. And then you can just keep making sure that it's all good. Move it along, you've got your little handle, move along, iron, and off you go. And then it's all done for you. Ironed, done. And then you see, that's what I mean by you'll get a 12mm finish, because you'll then do it in half. I'm going to give that to you and go and look at some fabric.
Sure.
You know, kind of. Oh, which do you want, pattern or fabric, Producer Paul? Fabric. I want to show you the fabric. Can I have a quick stock update, please? Because Producer Paul have the cats gone. One left of the 4 metre. I'm going to get rid of that then, because that'll go, and I don't want you thinking that you could still get it. So if you want it in 2 metres, we've still got it in 2 metres, but whoosh, it's gone. Right. Let's have a look at these. So let's have a look at the cats, actually, as cats are obviously so popular. And dog. Has it got dogs on there as well? Oh, yeah, no, there's a little Scotty dog. Oh, and a Siamese. Oh, no, it is cats and dogs.
Have we seen that fabric before?
I don't know if we've seen it before. This is from Sevenberry.
I don't think I've seen that before on air.
Oh, hang on. Sammy's not seen it before.
That bit you just threw away, that's mine.
That's Sammy's. She's got that. She's got dibs on that. This is by Sevenberry. Sevenberry is made in Japan. The other two are dashwood. This is a Sevenberry material, always incredibly popular. I have to say, Sevenberry, as you know, as demonstrated today, again from afar, looks like just a pretty ditzy print. But actually, when you get in close, oh yes, you get to see your cats and dogs. Saving about 17-18% here. WKGC06 should have been well over £20. 19.95 should have been about £23 something. What was it? £23.80 it should have been. But today 19.95, because you know what we can. If you want 2 metres of this fabric, of course you can multi-buy. That's fine. Then that's absolutely fine. You've even got a doghouse in there. Something to eat. No, it's not a cat in a goldfish. Is that a cat in a goldfish bowl, or is that a cat in a cone of shame?
I think it's a cat in a cone of shame.
It's a cone of shame. It's a poorly cat. It will feel better soon. But actually, just a lovely way in which to get a pretty blue in there, actually. I rather like that. You've got fish in there as well. All the toys. You've even got a telephone. Oh, £19.95. The more I see in there, can you see the phone? A little tin of cat food. All sorts of different creatures in there. There's a tree, a plant, a house, dog house. Oh, finish with that apparently. Move on. I was getting overexcited about my cats and dogs.
Producer Paul bored of looking at cats and dogs?
Yeah. No one could get bored of looking at cats and dogs. Right, next up, what would you like to look at next, Producer Paul? Oh, the clocks. 4 meters. Right. He wants to see 4 meters. Right. Here we go. Sammy.
I'm not sure I can do bias binding but I'll give it a go.
I think it's an either-or situation.
No, we're all right.
Hang on a minute. There we go. Hey! 4 metres? Yes, please. Sammy, you are so right. From afar, it just looks like a pretty pattern. But then when you get in close, you've got teals, you've got pinks, you've got yellows, you've got oranges, you've got a rainbow of colours in there.
I use this a lot for a plique. So I used to done a few things where I've cut out the little pieces and pliqued them. So sweet. But yeah, I think that's the thing I do always love about the dashes. They look kind of almost just like a floral print, and then with the navy background, it makes the colours really pop. Yeah. But it's softer than having like a black or a grey. Yeah. You can wear it a lot more. It's a bit more springy. Even though it's the darker tones, more flattering to wear. So,
if you bought this in 5 half-metre increments, no, it'd be 8, wouldn't it? Because it's 4 metres. Yeah, so it would be 8 half-metre increments. It'd be £47.60. So we put a whopping great saving of £12.65 on for you because we've bundled it together. So these are all cut ready to go. Bargain.
Gorgeous.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Such good quality cotton Dashwood use as well.
I'm kind of expecting to see you turn up for one of the shows wearing something out of this little number, or seeing photos of your workspace decked out. But actually,
I'll see if I can send you all the pictures of the stuff I've made out of that.
Yeah. Well, 4 metres. Actually, look how it does drape. It is lovely. It is lovely. We've brought a pattern for organising yourself because we've brought you...
People kept asking for it.
Yeah, do you know, you kept asking for a great saving, so we've given you over 25% saving on the 4 metres. On the 4 metres, about 17% saving on the 2 metre bundles, but over 25% saving on this. Like I say, about 17% on the 2 metres. But $34.95. So actually, yeah, no, if it's over 25% saving, then you are getting a metre for free, effectively.
Yeah.
Happy with that. So basically, buy 3 metres, get 4 metres.
Yeah,
is effectively how the 4 metres is working out. I have to work this out. For me, it's about what I've saved. I like that. I really like that. Do you know what? Actually,
very similar to your jacket.
To my jacket. That's what I was just thinking. I think that's why I'm going. Oh, I'd like a jacket out of that.
Yeah.
Oh, I like. Rain or shine? Can I just get the 2 metre one because it's a little bit more manageable than the 4 metre? Yeah. $19.95. But if you want 4 metres of it, you go for it. Here we are. Now, you see, maybe I could have that as the lining for my new jacket.
That would be lovely.
But someone's going to have to make me, because my skills aren't quite up to that. $19.95 here for your Dashwood Rain or Shine blustery print 2 metre bundle. OIGC 49. Yes. This is one of those materials that's really handy to have, isn't it? Because it's a lovely cool colour, but it's not too strong in print, so it can be a lining, it can be the main event, but it can also be a lining or something like that. Or like we've done,
back of a quilt works well for binding because it's not directional.
Yeah. Oh, it works. It's an easy one to work with, isn't it? Now, what we've done is decided to give you these. Well, not give you these. You have to buy them.
Yeah, I was going to say, get them for free.
Let's get that straight. $8.95, and then we'll give them to you.
Yes.
Yes, that's the old, But hang on, how many different
Effectively,
designs?
the saving that you're making on the fabric buys the pattern, really.
And some left over.
Yeah. Well, yeah, little bits and bobs.
Yeah. So we've got that great big organiser, which we've already remodelled for my jewellery.
I've got one that has all my gift wrap stuff.
Oh, nice.
So all my gift wrap tags and my bags and things like that. So
But also, actually, just
paper scraps and things.
very handy to have just in front of your sewing machine so that you can just grab your bias binder maker or your rotary cutter or your clips or your... you've got ironing board cover, sewing machine cover, a little caddy. These are really handy as well, aren't they? You can either use it to catch your strips, because that's an overlocker, so that would be cutting the hem as it sewed it. So it catches all your scraps so that you don't have to rummage around on the floor to... now, there's your sewing ham. Now, we sell those.
Yeah.
But if you want to make your own sewing ham, then you can.
Make your own to match.
You need
sawdust.
You need some sawdust to stuff that with. So raid your hamster's sawdust stash and get going. Then down here, this is what we're making, isn't it? This.
Yes. Yeah, that one in the picture below.
So, and then you've got a pin cushion to make. Oh, and you've already made us that, which is your sewing board cover, ironing board cover. Hello.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the thing I like about this is I don't know if anyone else has a sleeve pressing board at home, which is what that little one is.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, so you can make it all to match. So you can have them all matching. It makes me very happy. I don't know.
Have you got one of those?
Yeah, for pressing sleeves. On garments. I mean, not ironing my husband's clothes, because we all know that doesn't happen. But when I'm making clothes, you have to press as you go. So, yeah.
Amazing. Oh, this is great. So there we go. You can grab all of these and all the instructions down the back there for you. Well, it's basically telling you how much fabric you need. Can I open this up?
You can. There's not much left in it, but yes.
Is this your one? No, this is...
Oh, no, that's the fresh one. Oh, no, sorry, I thought it was mine. Yes.
Do you know what? I'm going to grab yours.
Can I swap places with you?
Yeah. If you want to make everything in this, you need 11 metres of fabric. But because we bundle it, you'd make a whopping great big saving. Hang on. If you... The best way, most cost-effective way of doing that would be to buy 3 of your 4-metre bundles, then you'd have loads left over to do your binding.
Yes. Yeah, or you could buy... I was thinking earlier, you could buy one of your feature fabric and then one of the blustery and then the other, and that would give you 8, 9, 10, 11. 9, 10? That would probably be enough, to be honest. I can't remember how we worked it out that it was that much that you'd need. Because obviously they give you the measurements for everything very separately. Whereas obviously if you wanted to make everything, obviously you've got a lot of little pieces in there that you can cut out and probably squidge in, so you probably wouldn't actually need a whole 11.
Basically, someone in the office did some maths and came up with 11 metres.
They did.
Sounds like a lot.
But that's, as I say, that was cutting everything out kind of from a fresh piece as opposed to squidging it all in. Often with the same with dressmaking patterns, you can often get away with sometimes a little bit less than they suggest if you're doing more than one thing from a pattern. So if it says you need 1.5 metres to make a skirt and 1.5 metres to make the top, you may actually only end up needing 2.5 metres rather than 3, because if you're doing it out of one piece of fabric rather than 2 separate pieces, you can squidge it all up into one.
I'm with you. I'm completely with you.
I would say the same with this.
Grab it. I mean, look, you've all sorts of different projects. All of these patterns for $8.95. Hang on, how many patterns are we getting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
It's less than £1 a pattern.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
There's also a really handy little thing in this.
There's
a handy thing in this that a lot of people would think, nah, that doesn't really matter. There is a sewing machine pincushion. Not a pincushion in the shape of a sewing machine, but I'm going to make one for this machine. A pincushion that goes around your sewing machine.
What?
So you can see...
like a girdle?
You can see here, there's a pincushion that goes on your sewing machine.
We're going to have to get in really, really close for this.
Sorry, Mr. Cameraman.
It's all right, our cameraman had gone off to try and help poor old Amy fold up 4 metres of material I just left hanging around the place. There you go. That's really clever.
So it's there on your machine, because you know, whenever I finish, there's always a little pile of pins on the wrong side of the sewing machine.
We know that. We totally up off.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. We've got magnets.
But yeah, and if your pin cushion's kind of not just to hand, and it isn't always, sometimes it's over on your laying out table where you've left everything.
That's brilliant.
It's so handy.
$8.95. Things I didn't even know I needed, and now I need them.
Well, also, like we were saying, although it is kind of a sewing room set, It's also, you know, if you've got a nice laundry room and you want to make that look really nice, you know, obviously the wall hanging you can use for other things. So although it is a sewing machine, you know, sewing room set, there's no reason why you can't use these things for other purposes. Make them once for yourself and then make them again for somebody else.
The thing is, my utility room is, because of the dogs and what have you, is generally the first room that you come into in our house. So actually, that's your first impression of my home.
And wouldn't it be nice if it was
all
actually
nice? If it wasn't covered in mud and dog hair, it'd be amazing. But yeah, no, it would.
I think that's real, though, isn't it? If your house is, I mean, the girl I work with, we have a joke. We both have cats, and you know, we both like the colour burgundy. We wear it quite a lot, particularly in the autumn. And we turned up a meeting one day, and we were both wearing burgundy jumpers covered in cat hair. So that's now our uniform.
That's the look.
Is burgundy and cat hair.
Nice.
It's just, you know, that's real, isn't it? Real people.
Keeping it real here on the Sewing Quarter. But it's true. That's how life happens. That is, apart from producer Paul, who's allergic to cats.
Don't come anywhere near me, Paul. It's no wonder he makes me sit on the other side of the studio.
This morning, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. It's you.
That was not me. I didn't get anywhere near him this morning.
So, $8.95. Solved the problem. SDBR 73 for your wall organiser, ironing board cover, sewing machine cover, and accessories, sewing things.
Yeah.
Basically.
Sewing accessories.
This is what we're making. So, what did you just... You ironed that on to...
No, I literally just ironed this. This isn't. It's not stuck on in any way. I've just. Right. This is our wadding that we were using actually on the show the other day, which is the white cuddle one.
Yes.
Because obviously I used it as well for the piece in the centre, because you know we were saying you can use it inside or outside because it's good enough. And obviously I didn't have any felt hanging around, so I thought, I'll just use a piece of that. So all I've done is I've just ironed them all together so that they're all nice and matched up at the edges. And again, normally I would just tack around to hold them in place, but we don't need to do that for this one. I'm just lining everything up and making sure that it's all trimmed nicely.
Okay, so this one here is the Dashwood Rain or Shine Blustery print. Yeah. We've got this in two ways. You can either get it in 4 metres or a 2 metre bundle. First time we've done this for you. First time that we've gone, do you know what? We're just going to give you a whole big wad of fabric.
So you don't have to decide how much you need, and you get a saving at the same time.
Happy days of over 25% if you're buying the 4 metre, $34.95. BDGC17 is your code for that. A really useful fabric to have, I think. Actually, the back of a baby boy's quilt.
Or girl. Goes for both. But yes. I say that because the same person I was talking about a minute ago keeps telling me off for saying that blue's for boys and pink's for girls.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's burgundy for? Women with cats?
Yeah.
There you go. Clearly, we've solved that problem.
Ladies with cats. Alrighty, so the pattern is great because it tells you exactly what to cut out. As if you've ever used a paper pattern before, it gives you all the instructions. It gives you all your layout pieces, how to cut everything out.
This is good because is this where you attach your elastic?
Yes, yeah. So that's all your positioning for those.
No.
Yeah, well, yeah, it can be tricky. And to be honest, you can do it if you want to exactly as they say, but also you can do it to your own position. It depends what you want to put in it, I would say. Okay. If you want to put reels of thread in it, which I think is what they've done. Yeah, they've put scissors and then reels of thread. Obviously, that's what they've done. Open. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
But obviously, if you wanted to put something different in there, you know, if you wanted to put your hexes in, if you're a quilter or something, and you wanted to make it big enough that you put your hexes in, you would just do that to your personal preference. But if you want to do it exactly, I know some people do like to do it exactly. All you would do there is what I would do was with my piece underneath, I fold it back to halfway through, and I'm going to mark it up because I freestyled my other one. So let's do this properly. And I'm going to take my water erasable marker pen. And I'm just going to pop some markings in there from the pattern piece. You can do this with pins if you want to, pin through the pattern piece, but obviously we're going to take this away and sew through it, so we don't want too many pins in the way.
No. Put the pins in afterwards, because that's what you can store in there.
And again, you've got placement lines for the panel piece in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
So all I'm going to do with that is I'm just going to pop a little piece either side, fold it back, fold it the other way, a little little mark there.
Oh,
little mark
okay,
there.
yeah.
So I've got all 4 sides. So I can position that neatly and nicely when I want to. And then I'm going to do exactly the same with the placement lines I've got at the bottom here. I'm going to fold it up. Make sure that stays put where it's meant to be. Just going to pop a little.
Very good.
Markings there, and then at the bottom.
Oh, so then you don't have to...
Because sometimes people are like, oh, but the markings are on the top of the pattern and you're working on the bottom underneath. I'm like, yeah, but all you have to do is fold it back.
Yeah.
Same with dressmaking. You just need to fold it back and mark where what they've marked and why they've marked it.
Absolutely.
Simple as that.
But transpose all of those marks from the pattern onto there to make life easy.
Yeah. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take the outside piece away because we want to add that afterwards because we don't want any of the stitching to show on the outside, and we're going to do all the pocket placements next.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I thought we were just going to bind and have it done, but no, you've got to put all of those.
Well, I want to make sure we put the pockets on because these are pleat pockets.
Okay. Ooh.
So I thought we'd show the technique because we haven't done that before.
Please. No, we've never done a pleat pocket.
I don't think so. No pleat at the bottom.
Morning of firsts.
We've got time, probably just enough to do that. So I'm going to do exactly the same as I did a moment ago, except I'm transferring my pattern piece to the underside because obviously I'm not going to be able to see it on the top side.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to place my markings in here. So that's central line, one either side, central line, one either side. And then they've done a pleat at the end, but we're just going to do fold over because, life's too short.
Enough of the pleat already.
Well, I found that the 2 pleats in the centre was plenty. So.
Yeah. Plenty o' pleat. Now, if you've just joined us, hello. We've had a cracker morning here, haven't we?
We have.
At the Sewing Quarter. We've had a lovely time, beautiful products. And this hour is a little bit different because this is the first time that we've brought you oodles of fabric, but ready cut. So you choose whether you want 4 metres of the fabric or whether you want the 2 metres. If you're buying the 4 metres of any of the fabrics, has the 4 metres of Cats and Dog gone now? We're just having a little look. But if you want 4 metres of this fabric, you are saving £12.65. And it's 4 metres if you're buying the 4 metres. Now, this is from Dashwood Studio, so a top-ranging company here, 100% cotton. We're using this for craft projects, but you can use 4 metres for dressmaking easy. $34.95, NTGC 67, that's for 4 metres. Now, if you want 2 metres of this, maybe just 4 metres is just too overwhelming, or maybe you want 6 metres, you're going to buy 2. Then here we go, it's $19.95. AVGC 58, and that you're saving £4, something like that, around that amount. Okay, now this has actually got a blustery pattern on. It's quite difficult to see on that screen, but it's got a beautiful, delicate white swirl through it. $34.95. Again, Dashwood, rain or shine, blustery print. Should have been £47.60. So £12.65 saving there. BDGC 17. Now, if you want that in a 2 metre version, that we can. $19.95 again. Do you want to take a closer look at that? Because it might be easier to see it actually. There you go. Thank you, cameraman Tom. This one, most popular, although the cat has sold out. OIGC 42. Save yourself, save yourself! No, save yourself. That came out wrong, didn't it? Oh no, sorry. There was a sound like an earthquake a minute ago, wasn't there? Save yourself. Should have been 34.80. No, 23.80. So 19.95. I've lost the plot now.
Oh God! What, you've been on for long? 2 hours in the middle is very difficult.
It's been a while. If you'd like. Oh, we've still got 4 metres. We've got a couple left.
Okay.
Oh, 1 left. Okay, if you want to snap up that last 4 metre bundle of the 7-berry tiny cats and dogs, and they are tiny, teeny tiny. Or you can get it in 2 metres.
which is $19.95. Again, you know, the price is not really a surprise. Well, the prices are a surprise in terms of you're making a saving and we've bundled it and you're getting it, but all the prices are the same for your 2 metres and your 4 metres. Just to clarify, I like that the cats have got a phone there.
Yeah, just in case.
I don't know who they're phoning.
For emergencies.
Emergencies, absolutely. My cats like to, you know, phone the RSPCA if I'm half an hour late with food. Like, you know, come on, cats. You've never had a bad day in your life. Calm down. Now, the patterns that we're using today, very popular, actually, absolutely loving these. And here's why, because suddenly, a bit of organisation, a bit of coordination, and making life easy. Let's make life easy. $8.95.
Sounds like a song from a musical, that.
Yeah, I know. 12 different patterns in there. You've got your ironing board cover. You've got your, what did you call that? A sleeve ironing board. Has it got a posh name?
Sleeve board?
Okay.
That's what I call mine. I don't know if that's what you meant to call it.
No, well, we can make up a posh name, it's fine.
Okay.
This is what we're making, our little takeaway caddy thing. Then we've got a cover for your sewing machine. I like this. I want to make that. Then you've got your sewing ham, and which is making the boys upstairs hungry in the production office.
Well, I only mentioned bacon earlier. Starving now.
Yeah, bacon. What were we talking about bacon? I can't remember.
I don't know. I was saying that Frazzles were vegan or vegetarian at least.
Oh.
So you can get bacon fix even if you're a veggie.
Yeah. Now, pleats, what are we
So
pleating?
all I've done is I've gone over to the iron. Obviously, I've actually, you've missed.
Before that,
I did sewed a straight piece of binding straight across the top. But you can, if you wanted to, just turn the top over if you wanted to.
Yeah, but have binding, have made binding.
If you've made it, you might as well use it.
Absolutely.
So all I did was I went through and used the marks to make my pleats at the bottom, and you can see I've only ironed them in place at the very bottom because I don't want them to be pressed in place at the top because we're going to put things in them.
Okay.
So all I've done is iron them so that the pleats are nice and neat and tidy in there,
nice.
According to the markings that we had on the underside. And now I'm going to place them on my section here. Sorry, there's a lot of moving about
Janet and
today.
Jane, thank you very much for getting in touch. In fact, thank you everyone who's been involved today. Thank you for spending your Saturday morning with us. There's a lot of fluff in the air here.
Sorry.
In the back of my throat. So, yes, thank you ever so much for spending your Saturday with us. And grabbing yourself some bargains.
Yeah. It's been a very big day of savings, hasn't it?
It's been a good one, hasn't it?
Yeah, with the quilt kit and everything, and with the savings you're getting on these.
Yes. I like a good bargain on fabric. Who doesn't? And, of course, these are Dashwood and Sevenberry. So the Dashwood are the blues and the Sevenberry are the pink materials that we've got on the show today. Massive savings, thank you very much. Lovely, we'll have that. But also, certainly with the Dashwood, I'm not sure if this also applies to the Sevenberry, but certainly with the Dashwood, when a print run is done with a material, then they don't print off anymore. So, and we've got the last of the stock, I believe. So that is my understanding. And so, firstly, that means that we can bring it to you at an amazing price. Secondly, if you've had this material before and absolutely loved it, now's your last chance to get a good stash of it. It's kind of like last chance saloon.
Yeah.
Now, the pattern that Sammy's making, part of a pack of 12 patterns for $8.95, so well under £1 a pattern.
Yes, yeah. I mean, if you buy, there's a lot of patterns of these kinds of things available to download and places and things like that, but you never get everything all at once, and definitely not at the price. Again, that's why I love these multi-patterns.
Well, hang on, what's that, about 66 pence a pattern, something like that, give or take?
I could say it's, such a good buy if you want to actually have a go at making everything coordinate.
It's all very well you can download stuff with the internet, but then you've got to try and print it off on something.
Piece it all together. I mean, trying to piece together an ironing board PDF pattern would drive me nuts, I think.
Don't do it. Get it here, and then it's
I don't
easy.
need to now.
No, you can't. No, you've done it. Now, don't miss out on the 4 metre. Has that last one of the pink cat gone? Cat and dog? There's still one cat and dog left. Oh, hang on, the clocks have sold out on 4 metres. Oh, no. And after poor floor manager Amy spent ages refolding the 4 metre and putting it back on the set. I feel a bit bad. Sorry. But it is available on 2 metres.
Oh, that's all right.
So don't feel that bad. So, yes, grab those. Oh, I'm so pleased that you've grabbed these. Oh, you're getting a bargain. I love you getting a bargain. It's good. It's very good. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Sammy, are you here next week?
I am not. I'm here tomorrow.
Okay.
And then I'm off for a little bit. Having a rest.
What?
Having a lie down. Going back to my day job, sorry.
Gave you a day off? Are you feeling all right?
I know. It's mental. All right.
You are coming back?
I am coming back, yes,
right.
I am. I'm booked in. I just haven't booked in any actual what I'm doing shows yet. Okay, so I've pinned that nicely in place now, again, using the markings that we made from before.
Oh, I like how you've got the clock as the central. Oh, nice.
Not by accident.
No. Not a
Never by
happy
accident.
It's
But if
very
you
much
didn't,
planned.
if you were trying to eke out the things or whatever, cut out one and use it as an applique on.
Nice. How do we sew that on then?
So all I'm going to do with this is I'm going to pop a line of stitching down the edge, across and up to hold it all in place.
Okay.
And then I'm going to stitch down the central panels.
Nice. And of course, all of this coming out of the pattern.
Yes.
Let me move this out of the way so you can actually see what we're doing there. So the pattern, 12 different patterns, SDBR73, £8.95. Easy to use pattern?
Oh yeah, I mean, Butcher know what they're doing. They've been doing patterns for a long time, and particularly these multi-patterns, it is always a little bit tricky to work out because you get so much in the pattern. That's fine, but obviously you do have to spend a little bit of time kind of deciphering which bits you actually need. But luckily, they do give you. It is clear once you. I think I've been through it before. Go through, decide which one you're making first, highlight or mark with a pencil all the bits that are relevant to you before you start. Same with any pattern. If it's dressmaking or one of these multi-patterns, make sure that you know exactly where you're going to be, what you're going to be doing, and where you're going to be going, and you know which bits are relevant. Because then you don't have to read through it all every single time. You don't have to keep finding everything. That takes twice as long. So just go through it all to start with. When you're sat down working out what fabrics you want to use for what pieces and things like that. It's so much nicer.
Now the fabrics, let's talk about the fabrics here. Rain or Shine Blustery Print 4 metre bundle is that blue, this pretty blue here. We are running low stock now on all of these. We had loads.
Loads.
Well done on you for getting yourself an absolute bargain and a whole load of it as well.
Yeah.
How exciting.
Looking forward to seeing lots of pictures of this turning up on the on the Instagram and the Facebook.
Our amounts of it are limited. When it's gone, it's gone. That's why we can do this for you. When it's gone, it's gone. So do grab yourself a bargain. But this isn't something that we'll be able to bring back in stock because, as we said, you know, when Dashwood does a run of its fabric, once it's printed, they don't reprint. So it's kind of a limited.
Special makes it special.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yes.
I like that they're. I mean, I like Severnberry, but I love Dashwood particularly, I'm sure you all know, because they are a British company. You know, it means that...
David Sweet, is that the guy in charge?
Yeah.
Great name
right?
as well.
So it means that everything is... you're not going to see it everywhere. Like, not everyone's going to have it. Everything you make in it's going to be a little bit more special. So... Sorry, carry on.
No, I'm just watching what you're doing because we're going around 3 edges of this pocket pleat, if you will, back and forth to hold it in place. But we haven't. So this is held the pleats at the base.
Yeah, it's held the pleats at the base. So then I'm going to go back in and do 2 rows of stitching up the centre.
First time we've done a pleated pocket like this, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to say
I do a lot of these at Christmas time. If you get pre-printed advent panels with pockets, you quite often get the pockets will quite often be done in this way.
Oh, so, very nice.
I feel like I spend my life doing these pleated pockets, but
in reality, just
every time the lovely Dashwood do an advent panel, I always have to make it up, even though I've not got anyone to make it up for. My niece has them coming out of her ears.
Oh,
now.
really? Oh.
A new one every year.
Well, you know, that's okay. That's all right. Your cats could have one.
Well, they might have
with little snacks and treats and things in.
We have one. It's little houses.
Do you?
But little sewn houses, like little pockets.
Oh, wow. Yeah, my son didn't quite understand the idea of advent calendar 1 a day.
Yeah, it takes them a while.
Yeah, it didn't take him that long to eat all 24, however, when my back was turned. This year, I'll be hanging it out of reach.
Yeah, well done. Yeah.
But again, once you have this is another transferable skill, isn't it? Once you've got the pattern and you've done this on this, like you say, when you do get to Christmas,
yes,
gosh.
Or if you feel like
speed this year's going at,
I think
it's not going to be long.
Goodness sake, yeah.
Gosh.
I think a lot of people, get overwhelmed by panels and things like that because they seem easy, and then you get them home, you're like, oh, it's a bit, seems like a lot. But actually, once you sit down and do it, it doesn't take that long at all.
So these are the basics. You know, we've made a good start on this. We just need to add that onto there, sew on the elastic, and put the binding around the edge because. The hour's gone.
I know.
I don't know where.
Well, it's because we chat, isn't it? That's why.
Yes. Says yes. Yes, we do.
But yes, all your instructions are in the pattern, so just buy the pattern, and then you don't have to watch me do it at all.
You do it in the comfort of your own home with your own glorious fabrics that hopefully you bought today and got a fabulous saving on. So thank you ever so much for everybody that's. Got in touch today, got involved today, bought with us
well
today.
Well done, whoever's got a Kaffe Fassett kit.
Yeah, well done on that. Just a lovely, lovely morning. John's in tomorrow morning. You're not, you're going home.
No, I am. No, I'm in
you are here tomorrow.
Yes, I am tomorrow, yes.
Then we'll let you go
then
home.
I'm off, yeah.
Joe Carter's in tomorrow with those panda pop quilts. Thank you ever so much. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. I will see you next week. Bye-bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.